peaked? Let me tell you something. I haven't even begun to peak.
Life finds a way.
This stream is made possible by viewers just like you. No, really. I'm not kidding. I gotta update this screen. I keep forgetting. We got a couple people to add. A few. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm HeadshotH4rry. Today, we're going to be working on our Minecraft world. Our 15, 16-year-old Minecraft world. It's probably even older, I don't know. Folks, thanks for being here. Thanks for hitting that thumbs up. Thank you for subscribing. We're going to go to the moon together. Speaking of the moon, what's good, folks? HeadshotH4rry.
Oh, it's you. I see you
Hi,
haven't
GLaDOS.
subscribed yet. Do I need to remind you what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe?
Tell him. Oh my gosh.
You
Look
monster.
at this. Look at this. First of all, this is running like hot garbage. Let's see if we can fix this. Here, I'm gonna restart my game. Oh man. What's good, folks? HeadshotH4rry here. We're gonna be listening to some interesting podcasts. I don't know what they're about, but it sounded interesting. The first one is the Matt Bale podcast. We're going to be posting links to these podcasts after the stream, no doubt. This one features Filippo Biondi. Let's give it a shot. Let's do this. I'm going to be working on my Minecraft world, fixing this disaster that I did here, which you'll see in a sec. I have a disaster on my hands. Give this game a second to load. What the hell's going on? Why is it running like this? Something really bad is happening. Oh no. Boo, boo, boo. I don't think it's any of this. Jeez Louise. This feels like a mess. Here, I'm gonna restart it again. It should pop up. Yeah. I gotta go chase these hoodlums out. These rabble-rousers. It looks like they're leaving. Look at this guy. He can't resist. Alright, so I'm going to clue you guys in on what the sitch is. Here's the sitch. Right here is the sitch. This area is stupid. I demolished my building that used to be here. And I actually kind of like it open, but it's just... Right now at this current point in time, it's missing something. There's a big gap here. It's kind of cool, like... But it needs shaping. So I don't know what to do. I was thinking about building a star. But I'm almost to the point of like just taking all of this out. Like, do we need this? What if this was all flat? And we were just here. This is a good angle for everything. I like this angle. But would it be any different one block lower? It would look like this. Is there that much of a difference? That's what we're trying to figure out today. Here are the innards of my builds that I've gone through a couple things trying to put something here in this area. I've gone through a couple iterations. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about maybe trying to put a star here. I'm going to do the outline just to see how it looks. But that's what we're going to be working on today. And you guys be good. I'm going to put on a podcast. Let's learn something. Let's keep our minds open. The following is just information. It can't hurt you. We let everyone speak. Well, not everyone. Some people are terrible. But we like new ideas. We've kind of been in a rut. Humanity. And the only thing I know about humans is... Or the only thing I know about life is that change is inevitable. Change is constant. So don't be scared of whatever it is you think the future is. Because realistically, it's probably going to blow your mind.
We've got a major announcement that you're making on this podcast for what you believe to be a...
By the way, links to these podcasts will be posted after the stream. Please check it out. Support these guys. All right, here we go. Matt Bill Podcast featuring Filippo
second
Bellamy.
Sphinx.
Robert Duval told us that could be a second Sphinx. Why? Because there is the dream stele. Symmetrical correlations, like the symmetry that we saw observing the dream stele. This is the small mountain that we are observing where the hypothetical position of the second Sphinx could be.
So those would be shafts coming down from the top. Does that indicate then that the second Sphinx would be hollow on the inside if the red is showing up?
Probably yes. We scanned the first Sphinx, all the pyramids, the conjunction between the Sphinx and the Khafre pyramid, and we found vertical shafts, horizontal passages.
This has the big void as a very long and rectangular shaped void.
Yes.
There hasn't really been an opportunity for you to address a lot of the questions that some of the skeptics might have about the work.
Thank you for this opportunity, man. Maybe the next will be Awara, and then other megalithic sites.
Maybe start. I'm excited to talk to you today because this is you're going to drop a couple of bombshells on this podcast. So I'm excited to hear about the second Sphinx, and this will probably be a little bit different than other podcasts that you've done. I feel like your story is out there. People, for the most part, understand what it is that you've done and what it is that you intend to do. So we're going to focus less on that today. Yes. I do want you to introduce yourself and then talk a little bit about, of course, just frame the work that you've done. But we won't spend a lot of time on that. Yeah. So
thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah.
For inviting me here. For me, is I appreciate a lot this invitation, and yes, we are here, and if I can, we can introduce the technology that it is under the work that we have now began years ago, and so we can recap all the things that we have done. We started working together with Corrado Malanga, and he is a retired professor in chemistry and green chemistry at the University of Pisa, Italy, and me, that I was contract professor at the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, USA, UK, I'm sorry, and then now I am an independent researcher as a telecommunication engineer, where I graduate in University of Lecce, Italy, south of Italy. My background was, as a telecommunication engineer. I attended my PhD and completed my PhD at the University La Sapienza in Rome, and specializing myself in remote sensing in satellites, especially in synthetic aperture radar. It was in that time, I'm speaking at 5 years ago now, speaking with Corrado, we had to find a method to watch inside the things, because there were a lot of unrevealed situations in the field of archaeology. And so we developed a method using synthetic aperture radar, where we are able to estimate the vibrations that are located at the surface of the Earth. And so on, we started to work together, and we tuned very precisely this method, and we went immediately to observe things inside the Cheops pyramid. It was 2019, and where we published a peer-review article showing the results that we have that we estimated inside the Cheops pyramid. We were interested in detecting the so-called big void that then we did. It is all written on my article. And so we were able to detect, yes, of course, the big void, but also other features that are present inside that are probably present inside the Cheops pyramid. We don't believe that the big void is parallel to the Grand Gallery. Like
okay.
that. Big void is superficial. It is 90 degree, or let's say it's parallel to the Earth. So it is parallel.
Do we have an image? Do we have an image of this scan that was done?
Maybe I have to prepare it. I have to show you. It is important that people has to. Yes, in this presentation I prepared is not present, but maybe we will show you after the break.
Okay.
That picture, because it's very important, Matt. Because I appreciate, it is wonderful, the work that the Scam Pyramid is doing, because it is they started before me and they are well established inside the pyramid, so they are doing a great work. But in my personal opinion, and comparing the scans that they made with mine, there is a bit a discrepancy. While is not present any discrepancy comparing the results that we have estimated showing the corridor that is immediately behind the chevron, that corridor that Zaki Awas discovered personally while drilling a small hole and inserting a camera, and so we saw the corridor.
This is on the north face?
North face, yes.
Yep, okay.
Yes.
And on the lower part
yes.
of the... Yep.
Yes. We discovered that we measured features of that corridor 6 months before, and those features that we measured were completely matching with the feature measured by the Scam Pyramid project. So there we can see the front corridor and the queen's chamber, I'm sorry, and the bottom chamber that is located inside the Cheops pyramid. And that feature, bright feature, that is the big void. Look, it is parallel with respect to the Grand Gallery.
And so this is a scan that you analyzed, what, 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so did you make this public at that time?
Yes.
You said this was peer reviewed?
This is a picture that has been grabbed from my article.
Okay.
From our article that is online.
Okay.
It is open source, so everyone can download it, and it is online.
And so was this the first big kind of coming out for you to have this article come out? And this is when the buzz kind of started and people started to get interested in this?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes. This it was the first door that we opened on this topic.
Okay. Okay. And so let's go back to that image and look at it then, Ryan. So the big void is showing and it looked like there was maybe a second little chamber potentially near
that's okay. We can look. There you have the chevron, and then you have the corridor. That corridor was we have optical image of that corridor. At the end of that corridor, look, there is a small chamber because we have a void there. Then it is connected directly to the Grand Gallery, and on the top of the Grand Gallery there you have the big void. That is the big void there on the Grand Gallery.
So the image on the left is your creation based on the scan?
Ah, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And on the bottom right, that big patch of red that's known chambers?
Yes.
Okay. And those are outside of the pyramid?
Where are you in
the big red block?
That's it is related to the tomographic inversion, we know that thing. It is the floor, the floor of the pyramid. They are superficial vibration that are very, very bright.
Okay. So do you want to maybe talk a little bit about the technology itself? So I think for today, what we'll do maybe is thank you for a phenomenal introduction. Thank you to kind of ground people on what we're talking about today.
Yes.
I think now we maybe get into just a few minutes on the technology itself and kind of how it works.
Absolutely, yes.
And then from there, we've got a major announcement that you're making on this podcast, which I'm very appreciative of. Thank you for what you believe to be a second Sphinx, which we'll talk about.
Okay, probably yes. We are investigating. We are still investigating this, and later we will after the introduction of the technology, we will speak about this probably hypothetical second Sphinx. That we are very confident to announce this, but everything has to be confirmed. I am still working on this. Maybe I can tell you we have a confidence about 80%.
Okay.
So it's very high.
Okay, fantastic. And then from there, we'll kind of close off with what I wanted to do for this podcast is talk about things that you've never talked about before. Okay. So the introduction, great. This bomb that you're going to drop on the second Sphinx is great, and then we'll kind of close off with some questions that a lot of debunkers or skeptics might want to ask you. Because I feel like the story is out there and you've explained everything else in great detail on a lot of podcasts, Joe Rogan included, but there hasn't really been an opportunity for you to address a lot of the questions that some of the skeptics might have about
Thank you for this opportunity.
So, you're welcome. So I think it'll be a great show, but why don't we just kick off with a little bit about the technology?
Yes. The technology is very simple. I go a bit back in time when I was at the university in Lecce, south of Italy, and I was doing my degree. I was attending my degree, my thesis. That I did it with together too. That I thank him a lot, Professor Nicola Veneziani, my professor. He used to work at that time. Now he retired. At the National Research Council located in Bari, and they used to work on synthetic aperture radar data. Also now, but in the past, radar was going inside the market. They were shooting in the space new satellites like Cosmos Chime, the second generation. Matt, when I start speaking about space satellites, we can stay here one day, and so you have to interrupt me, please. Sorry if I will be a bit long in describing this nice universe that we have, which is space. Space is very important for us because now space is growing up and is becoming very important is going inside our living, our life. Everyone has a GPS navigator, everyone has things that are related with space. And so it is growing up every day. At the time, the Italians were putting in orbit a very important satellite system called Cosmos Chime, first generation. 4 satellites, where these satellites had a payload constituted by a synthetic aperture radar. What it is? Synthetic aperture radar is a radar, so just sending electromagnetic waves and receiving the echoes, but there is the magic word called synthetic. What it means, synthetic? Synthetic, it means that while the satellite is flying on its orbit, which is a low Earth orbit, approximately 600 kilometers in distance with respect to the surface of the Earth, traveling at the...
So, I'm sorry, but that is 600 kilometers would be about 400 miles or...
400 miles,
okay.
Yes.
So we're talking, and planes fly at 35,000 feet, so they're flying at 6 miles or something like that. So this is, while it's low altitude for a satellite, it's still up there.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is the first, let's say, distance where the atmosphere is it's nearly not present. Okay. It is the minimum distance where we don't have the atmosphere. And so they can run very fast. 7 kilometers per second. It means that in 1 second they did 7 kilometers. That's very important.
And how fast so what is that? Thousands of miles per hour.
Thousands of miles,
like
yes.
Maybe 50,000 miles per hour or something like that.
Yes, because the atmosphere at that velocity, it is like concrete.
Yeah.
It's a concrete.
Right. Right. Okay.
And so synthetic, it means that we have to, when we watch something, when we do a snapshot of the Earth using electromagnetic waves, so coherent electromagnetic waves, we have to resolve two dimensions, the range and the azimuth. I take it easy. The range you resolve it by the electromagnetic bandwidth. So more bandwidth you have allocated, the more resolution you have. The resolution is the ability to see and to watch details of a picture. Okay? The problem is the azimuth. In order to synthesize a high resolution of the ground in the azimuth direction, you need to synthesize a huge antenna in the space. An antenna that can be long 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. The more long is the antenna, the better is the azimuth resolution on your pictures. Okay? So how you can build a so huge antenna in the space is impossible. So you use small pieces of the physical antenna of the radar and you synthesize a virtual antenna in the space.
A virtual antenna.
A virtual antenna. Okay. Yes. And so the name is synthetic aperture radar. Okay. In order to do this, you need an important physical aspect that rises up because of the high velocity that is called the Doppler effect. The Doppler effect, what it is? Acoustics. So the azimuth direction is resolved by the sound, music, the sound, that is encapsulated inside the returned electromagnetic waves, and so you have the picture, the SAR image. What we did in our technique, in our technology, we find a method to retrieve tiny vibrations of the surface of the Earth, and those vibrations are coming back from what there is underground the Earth. So, having the history of the vibration of the surface of the Earth, we can perform the so-called tomographic inversion, and so to scan what there is underneath.
Okay, and how accurate are the images based on the surface vibrations?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is normal that the images that we are able to retrieve by reprocessing these vibrations are not so accurate with respect to images that we can have with a precise camera or something like that. They are approximated. We know this. But they are sufficiently accurate to retrieve important features that are located inside the matter.
Okay. So the images that you got of the pyramid itself that showed the big void,
yes.
you were scanning the surface of the pyramid itself for
and those are acoustic images.
Acoustic images, scanning the vibrations of the pyramid itself, and that showed the
what there is inside.
What's inside. Yeah. Okay. Fascinating. Yeah. So talk to me about how the sound, how that works, and how sound is able to penetrate through the ground level. You're saying that so the planes that are flying at
600 kilometers.
Yeah, 400 miles up in the air, and they're taking these photographs. Those are not sound. That's
yes, I tell you.
Yeah. So
I have to explain you better this.
Right.
Okay. The satellite is flying in the space, and it is following his path, a very precise path, which is called orbit. Here we have the Earth. The Earth is rotating in one day, one rotation. And let's say the satellites are flying, following this path. South Pole, North Pole. South Pole, North Pole. While they are orbiting around the Earth is rotating like that. And the orbit will remain constant because of the conservation of the angular momentum. And so, every day, one satellite has the chance to observe any part of the world in one day. So, they use electromagnetic wave to catch the photos, and these electromagnetic waves has a central frequency centered at 10 gigahertz. Okay, so they flash the Earth and they return the signal, the reflected signal, and they store it in the memory. They digitalize this information, they store it in the memory, like that. So while I am sending the electromagnetic waves, these electromagnetic waves interacts with the Earth. If the Earth is vibrating, the electromagnetic waves are frequency modulated because of the Doppler effect. The Doppler effect is that effect that goes to interfere with the frequency of any kind of oscillating phenomena, also sound. Do you know, have you noticed, Matt, when you are watching an ambulance with the, how you call it? The
siren.
The siren that is on. While the ambulance is approaching you, you hear the sound of the ambulance rising in frequency, like that. And when it passes your zero Doppler here and goes behind of you, the frequency of the frequency of the sound that is emitting the ambulance decreases. That's the Doppler effect. So you use this physical effect in order to grab the information of the superficial vibration that is present always and constantly on the surface of the Earth. Because the surface of the Earth is always vibrating. Let's say because is interacting with the background of earthquake noise. Always present. That's always present. Then you have, I don't know, in 100 kilometers far away from where you are observing, there is a huge city. The huge city is in life, so everything vibrates, and that vibrations are always present on the surface of the Earth.
Right. So it's just the surface vibration. The sound is not penetrating. There's not sound going from the sky.
The electromagnetic waves that you are transmitting, that is light, is not penetrating.
Right.
No.
Right.
Is only interacting with the superficial vibration of the Earth.
So you can understand the density of specific structures going down as far as 1,000 meters potentially, just based on the surface vibration of the Earth.
It's like when you are observing the superficial waves of a swimming pool. The swimming pool, you know this. There are superficial waves. Think about these superficial waves on the Earth. Okay, so the Earth is like a swimming pool, and because there is an abrupt variation of the density of the material, so the Earth, and then there is the atmosphere, the air, and that there is an abrupt variation of the density. And that is called a cut of density. And in that surface, you find a family of waves that are called evanescent waves, which are very amplified. And you are observing that evanescent waves that are located on the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, no, I think that's a great...
Sorry if it's a bit complicated.
No, it's very helpful clarification there. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
I think we'll why don't we move on to the presentation now and kind of dive into that. So Ryan, if you could pull that up, please, sir. There's a couple of big things that we're going to cover here. So just if you could just walk us through.
This is the logo of the event that we are having on the 21st of June 2026 in Bologna, Italy. Will be in Italian language, but 2 days after the... Let's see if maybe we will do a translation. I don't know. We are thinking about something like that. But 2 days after this presentation, we will publish it on YouTube, also in English language. So,
okay.
And
Great.
Here we will explain all the scans that we did on the Giza Plateau, and we will announce the end of the measurement part of this project, and so we will move maybe on a practical in situ exploration of the land.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Great. So what do we have here?
Yes, here we have the dream stele. Let's say I show you a portion of the large measurement campaign that we did on the Giza Plateau. We are now 3 years that we are working on this project. I show you this, the dream stele. The dream stele, we see there that there are 2 sphinx. I'm not an archaeologist, so I don't know a lot about the history of the dream stele. But here we are watching 2 sphinx. One watching on the, let's say, on the right side, and one watching on the left side of the stele. Look. And the stele is symmetrical. It is symmetrical. There are things belonging on the left, and things that are belonging on the right. Look. And so we have 2 sphinx. And according to a study that made Damiano Piras, which is he contacted us a few months ago, and I didn't know about all this story concerning that probably could be a second sphinx in the Giza Plateau. And I'm not so using this, but I remember that also Robert Duval told us that could be a second sphinx. Why? Because there is the dream stele that explains on it 2 sphinx, not 1.
And when was the dream stela created, Ryan? Do you know, or do you know the date of this?
I don't remember, Matt. Okay. Maybe we can go in detail after, but I don't remember. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
The 18th dynasty. So potentially way after the Sphinx was created, but potentially they would have they could have known about a second Sphinx, but it's not in any other writing, so that's interesting. But in any case, let's continue.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, yes, this guy is Damiano asked us, Filippo, I have that I am showing now on this presentation. I have a specific part, a specific piece of land, a specific space on the Giza Plateau where I am sure that there is a second Sphinx. He told me this, and so we made a call with Damiano. And we started to interact together, and we decided to shift the technology and to scan that specific piece of land that he told us to that he suggests us to go and scan. Look, here we are watching the Giza Plateau, and I am. Now, in this moment, I am watching that specific piece of land where could be a second Sphinx. Look, we can observe it from the top. This is the classical satellite image that Google Earth is giving us, and we are observing the first Sphinx that is there. And then there is a part of this photo where could be a second Sphinx.
Okay. Gotta tell us. Yeah, I don't know. Where is it?
It's there, look. Symmetrically, as the dream stele is telling us, the segment B connects the average the middle part of the base of the Khafre pyramid to the first Sphinx. Look, Matt. Symmetrically, if we consider the Cheops pyramid and we make the same thing, connecting the middle part of the base of the Cheops, and we go to the second Sphinx, symmetrically, look. Through the segment A.
Segment A would be pointing to where the second Sphinx would be.
Look, the end of the segment A. While the end of the segment B is pointing the first Sphinx, the end of the segment A is pointing the second Sphinx.
Huh. It looks like there's something there above ground. But you're saying
now we go in detail in the presentation.
Okay.
And we can see. Look, we watch very in detail this slide. Segment A is parallel to segment B. Then segment C is parallel to segment D.
Right.
Okay. If we connect the first Sphinx to the second Sphinx with segment GH, we can see that while segment A is parallel to segment B, C is parallel to D, the length of A over C is equal to B over D. Okay? Then E is equal to F. G over A is equal to H over B. So we are finding precise, geometrical correlation. 100% of correlation.
Wow.
In this symmetry.
Okay. That's big. So there could be something there.
It could be something, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe yes.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Okay. That's huge. So you scanned it?
We go.
All right.
Okay, then, right, okay. The next one, next slide, okay. We go slowly because there are a lot of correlations. So, we move in the angle, in the angles. The angles are very simple. Alpha 1 is equal to alpha 2. So, the angles are the same. alpha 3 is equal to alpha 4, and alpha 5 is equal to alpha 6. Why? Because A is parallel to B, and D is parallel to C. So the geometry is well known.
Sure.
Then, okay,
Are these by chance Pythagorean triangles, or are we're going to get to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Now we go.
Okay. All right.
Then we see. Look, we are observing two squares. The footprint. I call it the footprint in a satellite. In the satellite field, the footprint of the HeadshotH4rry pyramid and the footprint of the Cheops pyramid. Cheops pyramid is bigger. The footprint of the Cheops pyramid is bigger with respect to the footprint of the HeadshotH4rry pyramid. Another slide. Okay, and we can see that the area of the footprint of the Cheops pyramid is equal to the area of the triangle of the blue triangle, and the area of the footprint of the HeadshotH4rry pyramid is equal to the other triangle, the purple triangle.
Wow.
Exactly the same.
Wow. Okay.
Another slide.
Just the fact that the area of the middle pyramid and the area of the triangle that connects the center point between the two pyramids and the Sphinx are equal to each other. Just that alone is pretty mind-blowing.
So area 1 is equal to area 2, and area 3 is equal to area 4. And we began just correlating the position of the first Sphinx to the position of the hypothetical second Sphinx. And all these correlations rise and are symmetrical correlations, like the symmetry that we saw observing the dream stele at the beginning of the presentation.
Okay. Yep.
We go, okay, this is the small mountain that we are observing where the hypothetic position of the second Sphinx could be. This is the mountain.
No, God! No, God,
this
please,
photo,
no,
Damiano
no,
went in situ and he gave me this photo.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
So is that, you're going to get to this, I'm sure, but are you suggesting that the second Sphinx is underneath that mound, or that it used to be a part of that and above that mound?
Okay. Here we have to do some considerations, Matt.
Okay.
That small mountain has a height of approximately 55 meters.
Okay.
Okay. If we move to the first Sphinx, the Sphinx is a bit underneath. It's not above the surface of the Giza Plateau. It's a bit down. Begins a bit with a depression. Okay.
So the first Sphinx is at lower elevation than this mound.
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to sea level or to the ground?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe we have to study this, what you are saying. Yes, it has sense, but I don't know.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And so probably the second Sphinx is under that mountain, that small mountain.
Okay.
Because it is high, it has 55 meters of height with respect to the background. There is the small mountain. I just put some photos. Okay.
So do you think that that mound is just a natural formation or just a natural, like, what is that? That's just limestone, I guess, that's sitting above the surrounding area.
It is, that mountain is composed by solidified sand.
Okay, got it.
Huh?
Got it.
It's not bedrock, it's solidified sand.
If it was bedrock, I guess the whole thing wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But, right, it would have to be sand. So that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so what we did, we moved to try and make some measurements. So we shifted the technology there. This is a satellite image, a SAR, synthetic aperture radar image. So Matt, we are now watching a radar image. You are seeing how different is a radar image with respect to an optical image. You can say how ugly it is. Yes, but a radar image, you have to be. We have to say this: a radar image, you can catch a radar image during the night, during the day, and also if it's cloudy, and also if it rains. So you have it always. You have an ugly image, yes, but you have it always. But the contribution in terms of information that is printed inside a SAR image is order of magnitude higher with respect to an optical image. Why? Because the radar image has been produced by coherent transmissions. Coherent, it means that you have the information of the magnitude and also the information of the phase of the electromagnetic wave. So let's say that 98% of all the information is inside the phase. So the quantity of information that is encoded inside that image, it is very high because you have the phase. Okay? And the phase is a direct measurement of the distance belonging between the satellite and the ground. The distance, you have a direct measurement. Okay? Okay. So there is the tomographic line. So what we are observing on that tomographic line, like a vertical curtain inside the Earth. Imagine a vertical curtain that is going inside the Earth on that tomographic line. So you extract the X-ray, let's say, of the internal of the Earth. There. I don't know if I am explaining well this.
I think so. Yeah, I'm generally following, so I think the audience will get it. Yep. Good. Okay. So this is not orientated northwest, southeast.
No,
this image?
It is.
Pause. Yo, you guys are about to see something awesome. Watch this. Oh.
We have to go a slide up, so to. Okay. The Cheops pyramid is there. No, sorry, there.
Okay, right.
Is there? Is on the bottom.
So north is on the right, basically. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that the image in the center is the mound. Is that
the
solidified
mountain. Yes.
mound of sand? Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. And it does look like a. I mean, the mound is not necessarily in the exact shape of the second Sphinx, assuming that there is one.
No, but probably the second Sphinx is hidden inside the solidified sand.
Okay. Yeah, it would be interesting to figure out how much higher that mound is in elevation than the top of the
I
Sphinx
got it.
number one.
Thank you for this question. We should do it.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Because that'll tell you the depth. But it sounds like maybe your scans using your technology have been able to closely approximate the depth of the second Sphinx.
Absolutely yes.
Yeah.
Work in progress. We are doing this kind of measurements. It will be nice to go in situ there and make some validation, especially the height of the top level of the Sphinx, so the top of the face of the Sphinx, if it matches with the top, absolutely, if matches with the top of that mountain. Could be interesting. This.
And there's never been any other digging or excavations done in this area?
Never.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, fascinating. Let's keep moving.
Okay, here I show you this. This is a preliminary result that we are disclosing this preliminary result, and all the results will be disclosed on Bologna. But I wanted to give you this result because this is important. Here, what we are watching, this is a scan that we did along that tomographic line there. What we are watching, Matt, this is very important. I feel to stand up and go there and explain you this slide here. You are watching the section of the mountain on the top. The section of the mountain, that one, on the top.
Okay.
And
so the top part of the image on the right is the top of the second Sphinx, potentially?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, got it.
Potentially, yes, Matt. And while we are doing this podcast, my computers are processing. So this is one of the scans that we are doing. We have several scans, and they are going more precise now. So what can I expect? That now we are seeing a few pixels there. I wish to see this the sagoma of the second Sphinx there. Why? Because we are observing, you are watching those red stuff that are going down. There we are watching nearly the same shafts that we have measured on the first Sphinx. So if the symmetry is maintained, the same things that we are observing on this first Sphinx, we should observe it also here on an hypothetical second Sphinx.
Sure.
Okay. So those are 3 shafts that we are measuring, like that.
Okay, so those would be shafts coming down from the top. So does that indicate then that the second Sphinx would be hollow on the inside if the red is showing up as...
Probably yes.
Yeah. Huh.
The alternating of red and blue, that's something that we have to discuss in detail, Matt. Look, a shaft is composed by inside hollow, and then there are the compound of the shafts, which are very hard. That if the tomographic line approaches the wall of the shafts, you see it red. If we move it like that, we can see it blue, hollow inside. The first one is hollow because we have other tomographies that shows us this, and we are now building a multi-layer 3D of that thing there, and we are working on that. So to rotate things on.
Have you looked at the first Sphinx to see how it would look compared to this image on the right?
Yes, and we are doing it.
Okay.
We are comparing the first Sphinx and the hypothetic second Sphinx.
Okay.
But on these results, for now, I am. I don't know. We can be. We can have a 80% of. I don't know of.
Confidence.
Confidence. Yes.
Okay. And so the images of the first Sphinx, do they also show shafts and any chambers beneath them?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And we discussed this on other podcasts, and we have shafts on the first Sphinx and shafts on an hypothetical second Sphinx.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep moving. Is that kind of the... What do you have more on this?
Just to say that we can watch on this preliminary result that from the let's call it shaft number 3, the bottom one, the bottom shaft, there are also horizontal passages because we have it on other scans. So now we are observing where those horizontal passages are going, and they are symmetrical on the horizontal passages that we have estimated on the first Sphinx.
Okay.
So there is an incredible symmetry between the first and the second.
And so these vertical red lines
yes.
going down, they would that represent an opening, or would that represent a solid structure?
Solid structure, but they are probably, they are it is the how you say, the structure, the wall composing the shaft going down, because we have oriented the tomographic line where the tomographic line is intercepting not the vacant part of the shaft, but it is approaching the wall, its wall. So we will see it red, very dense.
Okay. And what do you think is down? What do you think is down there?
Yes,
Speculation.
Yes, speculation.
Yeah.
Down underneath the Giza Plateau, there is something very huge that we are measuring. There is an underground mega structure where there are these shafts that we are observing can be the entrance of the mega structures that are located below the Giza Plateau.
Okay. So you've scanned multiple parts of the Giza Plateau, and
we scanned the first Sphinx, all the pyramids, the conjunction between the Sphinx and the Khafre pyramid, and we found vertical shafts, horizontal passages. We know exactly where to go. In this case, look, we know exactly where to work and clean in order to have a secure access, secure in terms that maybe people can go also, but we have to do some work, and then maybe I explain you, to have access to the underground of Giza, because Giza has an underground, not an underground world, let's say.
Okay. So this is new for you. I mean, in terms of when you realized that there's possibly a second Sphinx, because you were just on Joe Rogan, but you've saved this for the Matt Bell podcast.
Yes.
So has this come up between now and then, or have you been looking at this for a while?
When I was at the Joe Rogan podcast, we just began to speak with Damiano, and we were setting up the processing. So now the processing is ongoing, and it's for you.
Oh, beautiful! Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on this? I feel like there's probably 100 questions that I should be thinking about asking. But anything else on the second Sphinx that you'd like to share?
No, for now, no. We have showed everything. Just it is important to say that for the second Sphinx, it's important to go in situ there with some geologists, and we have to study the. You saw the mountain, no? We are very confident that it is not bedrock. That's sand, and with the water, the rain, the sun, the sand has been solidified. But in our personal opinion, it's very simple to remove all that mountain and probably inside there is the second Sphinx.
Okay. So then what are next steps for you then? Like you want to talk about this, you want to get it out, you're going to do a presentation in Italy about this in a couple of months, but so you would need to get permission to be able to work with.
In this case, we have located some special entrances where we can work in situ. It means that we have wrote a project proposal that can be submitted to the Egyptian authorities. This project proposal, in this project proposal, we have specifically indicated that there are some shafts that are visible, that are located between the first Sphinx and the Khafre pyramid. There are 2 or 3 shafts. One of them is very huge, and there is the slide where, and this huge shaft is blocked by some debris. We don't know why there is the air. Here I were on the Giza Plateau, and we were measuring the depth of these shafts, because at a certain level below are blocked by debris. So these facilities can be easily cleaned up, removed by the debris that there is on the bottom, and maybe we could have a clear access to the underground, a safe access to the underground. It is obvious that this cleaning facility has to be done not by humans but by robots, because it is not safe.
By robots?
Yes, robots. Okay. Yes, because it's not safety to send a person now there. Why? Because the shafts are very deep. And maybe can be that bubble of air can be by between the soil, the debris. So it is a bit dangerous. If we send robots, they can do the work for us very safely, and we can clean the shafts and go down and have direct access to the underground of Giza.
Okay, that's fascinating. Hey, and could be a huge discovery. So congratulations, and hopefully you can push this forward. Ryan, can you try to pull up, as we're talking, maybe just the elevation of that particular spot versus the elevation of the Sphinx currently, and maybe just see if there's any kind of estimate that we can get on how deep the second Sphinx might be. I think that would be pretty interesting to understand.
Yes, that we can do it directly. I think we can do it remotely, just a rough estimation. We can use satellites to estimate the top of the in elevation, in terms of elevation, with respect to the topography. We have to do a survey where the topography can be the reference system. Then we measure the top of the head of the first Sphinx. We project that height following the topography of the Giza Plateau to the second Sphinx, and we can see if the top of the first Sphinx can match to the top of that mountain. It's good, yes.
Yeah,
we should do it, and we will do it immediately.
Great. Yeah, fantastic. I think the thing to do now would be to take a quick break and let's get a bite to eat, and then come back. And then I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the skeptics about the work. So we'll do that. But that's fascinating, man, and thank you so much. I'm honored and thrilled that you would not only fly, all the way from Italy to come out and chat on the podcast, but also have that big reveal here on the podcast a couple months before you do the main presentation. So thank you
very much.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yep. And welcome back. Yeah, just some mind-blowing stuff on the second Sphinx and the possibility of that. And so thank you for sharing it. I think there has to be something there, right? I mean, even if it's just that location, whatever it is, it's just I was just blown away by the surface area of the pyramids being the same as those triangles, pointing to the exact location of the Sphinx and pointing to the exact location of something else. And so,
according to the symmetry of the stele that we saw at the beginning of the presentation, the geometrical scheme that I showed you is symmetrical. We found exact in that position. We found a lot of correlation, 100% of correlation, and also on the cubic we have exact correlation on the areas. So it's very important that on the angles and on the length of each distance.
Yeah, for sure.
And symmetrically.
Yep. Okay, well, awesome. So for the second part of this, we're going to get into some of the skeptical kind of stuff and some of the questions that people might have about the methods and the science and the data and whatnot. So I'll give you the opportunity to respond to that. I guess first off, just to frame it though, where did the technology come from? You know, like how did you create it, or where, how did it begin?
It began immediately, 5 seconds to imagine it. I tell you, it was like a quantum revelation in my mind, because 5 seconds before that quantum revelation, I didn't know anything about that. 5 seconds later, everything. It is impressive how human consciousness is. Matt, we are not machines. We are not computers. We are something divine. We are the creator of the universe.
Yeah.
We are the creator of what we want to manifest in this reality. This is in my personal opinion, the thing that we humans have to learn during this life, that we come here to do this experience on the earth, the experience of duality, the experience of the matter experience. This is a direct experience of the creation, and we are here. We are here in our nice life that we are performing here, a life where, especially in this period of time where we have a lot of wars scattered on all the world, competition. You go in the street, walking on the streets, and people are always thinking about money. They are all the values of the humans that is typical of our soul, of humanity. We are losing it, so we have to be careful.
Yeah, well said. So, was it like a download of information that came to you then?
Yes.
Was it was almost
immediately
like
a quantum revelation? It means that something abrupt that happened inside of me.
And then you had to somehow convert that thought or that idea into something that could process the images and the information.
Yes,
so,
but I was really sure to be successful in this. So I spent the most of the time, as you told me, you suggest me, and I thank you for this, to translate this quantum revelation into something that could be reliable, could be compatible with the computer software, but it works perfectly.
So the software then is what did you create it by yourself?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And so is it just physics? I mean, how is it?
Yes. The software translates the physics that we explained before into a numerical application that because the computer is used to process matrices and numbers, and the digital numbers. So the difficulty was to translate this physics into a software that can elaborate numbers, can then process numbers.
And how long does it take for the software to process, like the scan?
That tomographic line, a rough estimation, in 2 or 3 days you can have it, but a higher resolution you need a lot of time. Maybe also 1 month of processing. Because it's like a miner, a Bitcoin miner that has to do recursive correlations, and so has to recalculate the fast Fourier transforms in order to retrieve the tomographic inversion.
And is this something that anybody could do, that could create this if they?
Why not? Can be replicated, yes.
And so
people can replicate it. At the moment, there are 2 intellectual properties that I did immediately, but not because I wanted to do it only to say, okay, I have 2 patents on this. Where I say on the first patent, okay, it is possible to do this. On the second patent, we can do this, but in a more precise manner, let's say like that. But of course, people can replicate I expect that somebody could replicate the experiments, because this can be more if a third party prove the same things, is better for me and for everyone, because it means that the technique is robust.
Right, with the same method, but almost preferably a different method, right? I mean, wouldn't a different method, seeing the same thing that your method is seeing,
yes,
that's almost necessary for the Egyptian authorities to go in and excavate a certain area. Don't they have to have 2 methods of
it could be better, absolutely, yes. Yeah. And if the second method is developed independently by another research group, it is 100% sure that they will use another processing path to arrive to the same thing. So that's very important for science.
Okay, so you're keeping it pretty close to the vest in terms of the how it exactly works.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
At the moment, yes, because. But it is something mine that came from me, and it is natural that at the beginning I have it with me. It is also human, this. Matt, I spent a lot of years. It is 33 years that I study these things, so all my life, and it's natural that I keep it with me. The technology for the moment.
And when you say for the moment, when and where do you see that changing? When do you see this becoming open source?
Let's wait some time that maybe what we can do in the future. In the future, surely we will. Now we finish all the scans on the Giza Plateau. On June, we have finished everything. I reset my computers, and maybe the next will be Awara. Awara will be the next. So we will move to Awara, and then other megalithic sites. And while we do all these works, slowly we will release publicly the methods. Let's wait some time. Okay.
And the data exists from the satellite images that anybody can have access to?
Yes.
Anybody. So there's already the data, the photos from the satellite imagery already exist for Hawara and the entire Giza Plateau.
I already have everything. I have all the image of Hawara, of all the megalithic major megalithic sites.
And so it's just the process of allowing the computing power and the program to analyze the images that already exist.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the software takes an image reprocess the image in the sense that the software knows that has to grab the acoustic information that is hidden inside the dataset. Because an image is a dataset. Inside the data, there is the acoustic information.
And so, I mean, if the software was applied to, it could be applied to the entire Earth, and you could map out 1,000 meters below every square inch of the entire Earth if
also
you had
the
enough,
South Pole, Matt.
If
also
you had enough
South
computing
Pole.
power and time, I guess, right? Yeah.
It is a question of computer power. And the question of is a trading between the computer power, the energy that we have to spend to make run fluently the computers with respect to the time that I have to wait to have the results.
Ryan asked you a real good question at lunch, I thought, which was, would this work underwater? And we're just not sure yet.
Underwater, it is highly experimental for now, but I am quite confident.
Okay.
Let's say like that.
Okay. And so how many areas have you scanned?
Yes. Excluding the Giza Plateau, I have scanned other parts of the world. I tell you, before moving to the Giza Plateau, we did, or also while doing the Giza Plateau, in parallel, we made specific scans in order to validate and calibrate the method. So I showed the results that we have obtained in other presentations, also in the Cosmic Summit, where we retrieved the shape, let's say the shape of facilities that were located underground. One of them, the physics laboratory that is located inside the Gran Sasso d'Italia mountain, where I live. There is a huge mountain nearly 3,000 meters high. And inside this mountain, there is a physics laboratory where they study the neutrinos. Inside this mountain, so there is this facility, and we, using the satellite, we have retrieved the shape of the laboratory that is located 1.4 kilometers in depth with respect to the top of the mountain.
Wow. So a mile, it's a mile below ground, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
A mile of rocks. And with detailed resolution.
Wow. Incredible. Okay. Well, yeah, let's go through a few of the questions. I asked you who maybe the biggest critics were of the work, and you said, "Oh, the guy with the hat," which I thought was.
I don't remember his name. I don't know. He's a nice guy. I have nothing against him. He's a nice scientist. He is an academic, I think.
Archaeologist, so kind of a scientist.
Yes.
Yeah. But definitely an academic. So. Here's some questions, and again, in this section, we're just going to kind of talk through some of the skeptics and kind of what their current pushback is, so that you have an opportunity to address that, because that feels like the one missing component that I haven't really heard on other podcasts yet. Would be your response to some of the critics.
Yeah, I remember only because I never see the critics because I don't care about what they say others. It is normal that people are compliant or they are against. I accept everything, but usually I don't see I don't know. They do podcasts. No, I think to debunk the debunking podcast that they do. But once I stopped for 10 minutes watching specific interviews of that guy, that gentleman with the hat.
Yeah.
That
Flint Dibble.
Thanks.
Flint Dibble.
Flint Dibble.
Dibble, yeah, that's his name.
Never heard him.
Yeah.
He told me indirectly that I don't believe in my method. How can he say this? That I don't believe. I don't know. I am here today. I don't believe. Matt, in this podcast, I say I declare that I don't believe in my method. It's but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Either. Yeah. That's generally where you get to as you start to explore some of the comments that that the critics make. It's very confusing. So old GPR scans under HeadshotH4rry have only found 2 small, likely natural voids. Okay, so there have been 2 natural voids that have been found under the HeadshotH4rry pyramid, and the criticism is that they don't show up on your diagrams. Is that true?
Ok. Allora, GPR is a ground penetrating radar. It means that we have a radar installed on a sort of grass cutter, like that, and this radar passes on the ground. 21 meters to 33 meters deep, where those known small voids show up in your diagrams. Why? Our diagram are order of magnitude in terms of penetration, let's call penetration, that we can have with respect to to a ground penetrating radar. Now, if the GPR scans under the HeadshotH4rry only found 2 small likely natural voids at 21 meters and 33 meters deep, we should, who made this this remark that I thank him for this remark, we can do this. They can provide me a geocoded scan of that GPR at minus 21 meter, and we can exactly compare my scans. Because why 21 meters are very small, because we can scan 4 kilometers. So 25 meters is very narrow, and we have to see if in the first pixel line we find the natural voids on my scans, because 21 meters it's only 1 pixel in my scans. I don't know if I am explaining this. And so we can't resolve the presence of natural voids. I don't know if I am.
So it's too small for you to pick up? It's
too small, yes.
Okay, got it. So those 2 are too small for you to pick up. Now,
But I am not saying that they are not present. We have to compare geocoded scans of that GPR with geocoded scans of my scans. So to make a perfect overlap of the 2 results, and then we can see if really I can detect those voids. Okay.
So when you're scanning these massive pyramids and they're vibrating very small amounts, and that vibration is what your software is using to construct the tubes underneath, or do you call them tubes or tubes? Yes, with the spirals on them. How can that, like, have you scanned any other? There's no other, I guess, large enough structures on Earth as big as the pyramids, built with 2.4 million, 2-ton stones that maybe it's just have you considered, like what is it that makes you not think that these tubes underneath the pyramids are just a byproduct of the turbulence that's happening on the surface of the period itself?
Thank you for this question. Yes. We are very confident that those tubes are there. Very confident. It means that we are measuring features that may be highly possible that those tubes are present. Okay? In order to avoid what you asked me, we did a highly scientific approach. It means that synthetic aperture radar data can be developed by different satellite systems. We have Cosmos Chime second generation, ICEYE, Capella Space, Umbra Space, and other satellites. We focused on these 5 satellite systems: 2 Cosmos Chime, ICEYE, Capella Space, and Umbra. We collected data from these different satellites, and we were measuring the same thing. So it means that the diversity, we used the scientific approach, allowing diversity in terms of sensors, orbits, so electronics, different electronics that are mounted composing the payload of different satellites, and we obtain the same results.
Okay, good. Thank you. And then the King's and the Queen's chamber, are those visible on your scans? Are those big enough?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
We saw them.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. Yes. I didn't see I think I saw one of the chamber, but maybe it was the Grand Gallery that wasn't.
The Grand Gallery, then there was the King's chamber on the top, Queen's chamber, and the other chamber that is on the bottom.
Okay, let's pull that image up.
And the big void also.
Yeah, gotcha. So this image just happens to not have the Grand Gallery.
The Grand Gallery is blue because it's empty. The tomographic line, here you have the Grand Gallery. If the tomographic line is here you have air. So you don't have matter. So it's blue.
It's blue.
If you move the tomographic line and you intercept the walls of the Grand Gallery, you see it red.
Okay. So on a different scan, you would see the Grand Gallery appear red. Do you have one of those scans? Or?
Okay, let's see. There is one. There is the Grand Gallery. Look, there.
Okay.
The Grand Gallery. That's the Grand Gallery.
Okay.
And then we have another one, but I don't remember. We should... No, on the... Up? Yes. Thank you. Up. Okay, down. That's the Grand Gallery.
Okay.
The Grand Gallery.
So the big void is not directly above the Grand Gallery?
No, it is... we are not what... Matt, the acoustics, when you that's important to know why we did a lot of scans, because the acoustics, it is not like, okay, I have the photo, that's the photo on using the optics. No, here you are processing sound, and when you process sound, sometimes things you watch things very well, and sometimes you watch nothing. So you have to try and retry. It's like that.
Okay, gotcha.
It's not perfect.
Okay, so but if the Grand Gallery was directly below the big void,
yes,
would we see both of them in the same image?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So they have to. So it has to be offset a bit.
Maybe.
Okay. How do you mean?
But probably, Matt, if we are interested to focus attention on the big void, we can open again the measurements campaign dedicated on the to match better and better the big void. I can do it to make additional scans again on the Cheops pyramid. But a good I know very well those scans because I know them. I can read the results very well. There I am watching. No, that's the Grand Gallery, and the big void. We should because we tracked the big void on the big void that is tag 19, the green box there, that green box, and we watched that green box on the scan that we saw before, where that is present on the bottom of the paper.
Okay. So wow. So this has the big void as a very long and rectangular shaped void.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I can't wait to get in there. Can't wait to get in there and see what's inside.
It will be very useful for us to know if the exact shape of the big void, so to see if I am right. Okay.
All right, good. Yeah, so why not openly share the processing methods and codes? And you've already answered that question, I think, so we can skip that one. You do feel like you will do that at some point. It's just fresh.
I want to make an additional answer to question number 3. The methods are all explained on the papers and on the patents, so everyone can replicate. It is not a problem. So I don't know why they are saying, why do not openly share your full processing methods? If I use my full processing methods, which is the translation of the physics into mathematical computation. But it is only the translator. The physics are written on the paper, so everyone can do his own software and can replicate the experiments. I don't know, it has not sense. Question number 3 has not sense.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And then if your 2022 Great Pyramid paper was peer-reviewed, why haven't the CAFRA claims been submitted yet for a top journal for peer review?
Yes. That's an interesting question. First thing, I am tired. So that's the first answer, because it's true. A peer review paper is terrible. The review processing is terrible, but we submitted the work on a journal. The journal gave us a lot of reviews to perform that we are doing.
You submitted it to where?
To a journal.
Okay.
To a peer-reviewed journal.
Okay. Are you able to say which one?
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
Because with the editor we are a bit we have something that we want to change the journal, because Matt, this method is a bit controversy, and the implications are a bit how you say, what happened was worldwide. And the editor of a journal, before publishing our results, implicitly is saying, okay, it is everything is okay. So we are finding a bit something that I never seen in peer review journals. Let's say like that. So the answer is we are still working in submitting our work on another journal.
Okay. Got it. Any thoughts on the timing on when that might happen?
We choose it IEEE transactions on geoscience and remote sensing. That's the journal.
Okay.
And we will submit it after the conference.
In May.
In June. In
June.
June.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Great. Yeah. Would you support, hypothetical question, I guess, would you support an independent team applying your protocol to the same satellite data to see if they could get matching results? So what if someone signed an NDA to be able to use...
We are doing it.
You're doing it?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We are doing it.
Okay.
And this is being done by Stanford University.
They're using your methods
Yes.
to recreate and to see what results.
Under an NDA.
Okay. When is that happening?
Matt, we are under NDA.
Okay. They Stanford is, or you are?
Both of us.
Oh, okay.
Me and Stanford.
Okay. Got it. So you can't talk about that?
No.
Okay. Got it. So, okay.
But we are doing it.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Any idea, can you talk about like when the results might be out?
It depends on Stanford because they had to begin from when you begin a new research, you have to make how you say bibliography. You have to start from bibliography, then you move to some preliminary processing data, and then you have to do other things, and so move further. So this needs time.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think people are.
But we are doing it.
Good. Fantastic. And then next question would be,
yes.
how do you rule out noise?
Article, yes.
Yeah.
The paper you showed us, I know that there are artifacts, noise, what do you want? Okay, I accept it. One was the first paper. So was the 1.0 version. To cut off noise, artifacts, and other things, you have to use a tool called filter. And filtering is done using a particular window. So a filtering windowing. In this case, a three-dimensional filtering window. To do this, you need more powerful computational effort with respect to the 1.0. So it is a question of of computers. At the moment, we don't have an institution that pay us any computer we want, any processing efforts we want. We are doing it with our. We have some supporters that are that bought us some computers, yes, but we don't have infinite money to buy computers. Mm-hmm. So to do that, we have to increase the computational power. Yes, we will do it. So 6, we will do it.
Okay.
If somebody support us in buying other computers, we will do it. So who did that remark maybe can join with me. He can call me. Okay. And okay, these are the computers, the additional computers. Now you can remove noise, artifacts, and other things, because I have to filter, and to filter I don't have to do one tomogram, but I have to do 10 or 20 tomograms, so to average the results. I don't know if I am explaining this.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I'll ask if I don't understand or have follow-up questions or whatever. But yeah, these questions are just, again, I mean, it's an opportunity for you to express yourself and to clear the air and to just, make sure that that you're answering any questions that people might, throw at you. And so I think it's a good...
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for you to do that. So experts, including radar specialists and hydrogeologists, say deep structures below the water table couldn't survive flooding/collapse over millennia. So how do we, if there are, I guess the question is, if there are these tubes of limestone, I guess it would be limestone, right? Because the limestone bedrock goes down.
Yes.
Gosh, it goes down for a long way. But so beneath the pyramid, there's about 100 feet, maybe 80 to 130 feet, give or take, based on fluctuations, of solid limestone bedrock.
Yes.
And then just below that, there's the water table, that begins. And the water table goes down thousands of feet, right? Or at least a couple of thousand feet, so 1,000 meters maybe we'll call it. And within that water table, underneath the solid bedrock that supports these massive structures, you have all of this limestone that has been kind of degraded by water, and the limestone is of course porous, and so the water fills the pores, and it creates kind of more unstable limestone structures that would change over time. Is according to the radar specialists and hydrogeologists. I think that's what they're saying. So I guess, how do you account for the water and the water damage that would have occurred? And then maybe that's A, and then B might be, if there are these tubes and these chambers, why aren't the chambers filled with water? Yeah.
They are this question has not been asked to me.
Okay.
I just measure. Has to be asked to specialists and hydrogeologists. Because I tell you, Matt, on my scans, we see everything. We see the water table, but inside the water table there are these structures that are survived. Okay, so probably there is the water, there is the bedrock, and there is everything. There are the structures. Because the water table, yes, there is the water table, but it's not water, just a swimming pool.
No.
It is like a sponge that has the water. So you have the bedrock with the water, no? And then you have and then you have the structures that are inside the bedrock. We are not sure that this bedrock can be porous. How you say?
Porous.
Porous.
Right.
We are not sure.
The limestone bedrock is porous.
It's porous, okay, but the structure are present because we are measuring the structure. So it is like Matt. We are used to consider things or white or black. Let's go in the time, this I like to repeat this kind of phenomena, at the time of Guglielmo Marconi. Guglielmo Marconi used to perform for the first time in the world his experiment. Okay, let's do a intercontinental transmission from England to the Cornovaglia, no? Passing the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. Everyone was saying, no, he's mad, he's stupid, it can't work. It can't work because of the knowledge of that time. Because the knowledge of that time was Maxwell theorized the electromagnetic wave classical physics theory, which electromagnetic waves travels in a straight line. Very good. It is true. Hertz, just with Augusto Righi, observed the electromagnetic waves practically. They measured, okay, exist the electromagnetic waves, okay. Marconi wasn't graduated, no? He was something that he liked to do things practically. He knew the Tesla. He went to him also to learn things about electromagnetics, okay? They were friends. Okay, he decided to do this experiment. But the transmitter and the receiver, they were blocked in line of sight because of the Earth curvature. It is impossible. It can't work, they used to say. Why? Because they are not in line of sight. And because of the theory of Maxwell, and because of the experiments of Augusto Righi and Hertz, it can't work. It can't work. But why? He switched on the transmitter and the receiver, it worked. Why? Because there is, in any black and white duality option, there is always a third via.
Good. Yeah. So let's explore what that might be in this case.
Yeah.
So
in the case of Marconi, the existence of the ionosphere.
Sure.
Because nobody knew of the presence of the ionosphere.
Right.
So the electromagnetic, boom, boom. In this case, there should be something that make survive the structures that are inside, below the Earth, and to be compatible with the water table and with all the features that we don't know. I just measure, but they are existing. So study, because they are experts in what there is underneath. I am not expert. I am an expert in radar. I make measurements, and the measurements are those. So they have to answer. And if they ask those questions, I can understand that they know nothing about those things. There should be an answer that at the moment they don't know. I can't know things that they should know because I'm a radar expert.
Okay.
I'm not a geologist. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I refuse that remark.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. So I guess a good way to think, and you're doing a great job answering these questions, and thank you for remaining,
Yes.
non-defensive about them and open to answer to the best of your ability. It's super appreciated, and and the questions are just designed to allow you to express your thoughts and feelings and knowledge on the topic. So. Hopefully, and I think that we're doing that. So thank you for doing a great job answering the question. I guess so. I'm trying to visualize what it might look like beneath the pyramids, and so when I look underneath the pyramids and I see that science or whoever is telling me that there's about 100 feet of solid limestone bedrock underneath the pyramid, and then beneath that you have more solid, you have more limestone bedrock, but it's all within this quote unquote water table. And so you're right, that doesn't mean that there's these huge gaps and swimming pools at that point and below. It means that the water is there and it's infiltrated the limestone, and it's created gaps and fissures, and it's a very pliable, moist environment, basically. So when I hear that, and I understand that that's what it's like under there, and that when you dig to that level, you're going to be able, if you put a drill down to that level, you're going to be able to pump water out of that area, just like we do here when we install wells. So I guess my question is, like, these structures that look like they go down, if that whole area is already limestone, and what we're seeing with the tubes is just a solid tube of limestone, what is around the solid tube of limestone? Were they removing the bedrock material to expose the tubes that were already there? And if so, then what is around those tubes? Is it sand? Is it water? Is it more limestone? Like, does your analysis talk about that?
Yes, as I told you before, my technique is not able to recognize material, but we can recognize the density of the material.
Right.
Okay. So, because we are watching the tubes, so the density of the material is high. In order to know the truth of everything, in my personal opinion, the thing that we have to do is to go there personally and observe personally what it is.
Okay. Gotcha.
Stressing the fact that there is the water table, there is the bedrock, but there are also the tubes. So something, the reason on why and on how these things are together present, we don't know why, but there are.
Okay. Gotcha.
So there would be a reason, a technical reason to allow the existence of those things also inside the water table.
Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, it seems like that's maybe one that deserves a little bit more thought, and potentially maybe other people in the comments might have some thoughts on that to be able to provide possibilities.
Maybe we can observe. If the Egyptian authority will give us the authorization to go inside the shafts, we can have direct access from the nearly top, so let's say from 30 or 40 meters below with respect to the topography, to intercept some horizontal tunnels that goes straight to the Khafre pyramid, and maybe we can intercept those shafts, and we can see what there is and how they are made, the material and everything.
And I think in one of the images it had these chambers at the bottom of it, and at the bottom of the shaft.
Yes.
And so, I mean, is that equally as dense as the shaft? And are you saying that the shaft is hollow and that?
Sí.
Okay, so the shaft.
And they have something spiral
on the outside or on the inside?
In the inside.
On the inside of the shaft.
You have a core on the inside and something that turns.
Almost like a staircase, potentially, or
potentially,
or something, or
something related to helicoidal things. I don't know.
Okay. So like it could be a part of the power plant, kind of. Who knows?
Maybe,
I guess.
who knows? Yes.
Okay.
Maybe the Chris Dunn that I lo saluto. I would say hello, Chris, and he's very kind.
I'm sure he's watching.
Yes.
Chris was our second guest on the show, so.
He's wonderful.
Yeah, he is. He's just a great guy. Yep. Okay, so unknown, but then I mean, to keep the water out is a whole other. And how do you create a structure where that water is surrounding this area with so much pressure to be?
I know, but I know
out?
because
Yeah.
we are. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for this question. We are turning around this dilemma like that. How they can coexist these issues
Right.
together.
Right. Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. More research needs to be done.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Okay.
But by them,
yeah.
by
yeah.
geologists,
Right. Right. Right.
not by me.
Right.
I'm not a geologist.
Got it. Okay, good. Yeah, I think there were just maybe a couple of more questions. So if the structures predate the pyramids, why do you think that there's no mention of these structures in the ancient texts?
The
to
first one, the number 8.
Yeah.
Okay, if the express structure of the pyramids, why do not mention? Maybe an Egyptologist can answer to
Maybe.
to that question.
Yeah. Yeah, I
No?
don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess not everything is necessarily recorded or written down. And maybe the Egyptians never even got inside.
Matt,
Yeah.
I appreciate all these things, but I suppose or I can expect people asking me a question like this. Filippo, what do you think about your Doppler subaperture procedure according to this kind of procedure? Why it is working like that? So, question related to the focusing technique of synthetic aperture radar images. But not, I am not a geologist. I am not an Egyptologist, an Egyptian, a guy that studies Egypt. No.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I have, of course, no idea the extent to which you had thought through some of the questions that people might have about the project. So if some of these have not been contemplated, then that's okay.
Yes, it is like a man, I don't know, that works making a pizza, he makes pizza, and you ask him why that quantum computer is not working. Tell me why. He does the pizza. He tells you put on the electricity.
Okay, so we'll skip that question. Egyptian authorities only, and I think this is the last question, Egyptian authorities only allow investigation if features are confirmed by more than one geophysical method. What second method will confirm the massive tubes and voids?
That's I can answer. Yeah, absolutely, yes. I reconnect things on the project proposal that we are submitting to Egyptian authorities. So we have as a background my scans. That's a background. So we have this. We have estimated the vertical shaft, the horizontal corridors, other things, I don't know, the second sphinx. So we have a plethora of results to show to Egyptian authorities. But the project proposal that I wrote together with the University of Ferrara, Professoressa Carmela Vaccaro, which she is wonderful, that I wave her now today. She is a geologist. And the first thing that she told me, Filippo, we have to go in situ. I bring all my instruments, my more than one geologist method, so with me, and we begin an independent measuring campaign. So everyone with established methods, with state-of-the-art methods and multiple methods, because we are using seismic reflectivity, electrical reflectivity tomography, and muons. also. So 3 methods. In order to detect, to scan what there is deeply inside, so we can go also kilometers with the seismic reflectors and passive seismic tomography also we can do. And so we start again. We start with a second life, with more than one geophysical method. Once we have all the results, and we confirm my tomographies, because I'm sure that we will confirm my scans, we start to phase 2, which is to go inside the shaft and clean the shafts. And so to try and access the horizontal corridors and arriving to the Khafre pyramid and try to intercept the coils that goes below the earth.
Okay.
That's the project.
Okay. Well, good. Yeah, those were some of the tougher questions, I think, and you did a phenomenal job of answering them. So thank you. And then I guess just maybe just a couple more thoughts or questions, kind of as we close out. And I guess just for me, to help me understand the surface vibration conversation of measuring the surface vibrations and being able to determine the density of the rock or the substance below for up to potentially 1,000 meters or more than 1,000 meters.
Yes.
How is it that how does a surface vibration, something that's only happening at the very surface of the earth, how does it distinguish between what it's measuring 10 meters below the ground from 500 meters below the ground?
Absolutely. I give you the answer of this. It's called the fast Fourier transform. The fast Fourier transform is the particular algorithm that implements the digital Fourier transform and, let's say, the analog version, the Fourier transform. So let's say you have a oscillating phenomena, a time domain oscillating phenomena here, like that, particular here. It means that if you have a sensor here, we are speaking about seismic reflection tomography. It's the same. It measures the vibration here. And you record these vibrations in the time domain. It means that on the horizontal axis you have the time, on the vertical axis you have the energy, like that. It is not a sinusoid, but it is a combined oscillation. Why combined? Because you have, if you do the spectrum, so you perform the Fourier transform of this time domain, oscillation, you will retrieve the so-called sources. It means that you start finding principal vibrational sources that are located underneath, and they transmit energy directly to the surface. So the surface, you find the sum of all the sources, principal sources that are located below.
Okay.
Just performing a Fourier transform.
Okay.
So the spectrum of the time domain revelation that you have on the surface.
Just from one image.
Yes. Yes, because one image, but only on SAR, on synthetic aperture radar, you can do this. Why? Just on one image. You see, any image is static, no? Is not true. A SAR image is dynamic. It means that you can refocus this image according to a filtering process, and while you filter this, you can perform a sliding window filtering, and so you can transform a static image into a small video. That this small video in the time domain belongs for maybe 10 seconds. that's a sufficient statistic, 10 seconds of video, to retrieve the superficial vibration in order to perform tomographic inversion.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very helpful. Yeah.
So, sorry if I was too technical, maybe, I don't know, but
Not
has
at all.
to be done like that.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it has to be explained. So, thank you. Yeah. What other parts of the world kind of fascinate you that you might think about going to next? Like, I think about Göbekli Tepe
Yes.
or Sacsayhuaman or
We
know,
are in
Peru.
connection with some supporters like Eugene and Brian that I wave them. They are so kind, and they are with them. I'm sorry for them that I not yet starting massive work with them, but I know that I have to do it. We will scan all those sites that you are mentioning, starting from Awara, and then the Sacsayhuaman and Awara Sacsayhuaman and other. I'm sorry, I don't remember them because I'm not
Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu, yes.
Ollantaytambo, potentially.
Yes. Göbekli
Tepe.
Tepe,
Yep.
yes.
Okay, fantastic.
We will do everything.
Do you think that it's a matter of time until artificial intelligence is able to replicate this and create a, I mean, AI is currently writing its own software.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could be, but for now it's too early. As I told you before, Matt, humans are here and artificial intelligence is here.
Yeah.
The artificial intelligence can't never surpass all the artificial intelligence on all the world. If we sum the computational power of all the artificial intelligence, can't never pass just the consciousness of one man composing the population of this world.
How do you mean? What do you mean?
It means that artificial intelligence is not able to think, but we are able to think, and the thoughts are something, the magic thing, the magic energy that we have.
Okay.
That composes consciousness.
Yeah, but so today, artificial intelligence is large language models, of course, and
they are just correlations.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence are convolutions, integrals.
Right.
Convolutions, only convolutions.
Convolutions.
Convolution, it means I have this, I compare them, and I find a score function. If this score function is below, if the integral of this score function is below a bound, okay, is false. Is if up the bound, okay, is true. That's artificial intelligence. Is a robot, a computer chatbot, a robot that will never surpass human.
Even so, it's a large language model today, but even when artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence
always
comes out.
Matt.
Yeah.
Who made artificial intelligence? Humans. So we can't do something that overcomes our intelligence, our consciousness. I don't know if I am explaining this better with my poor English.
No, your English is great. I think you're doing a great job. So thank you. I'm actually, I was a little bit worried after Rogan's episode because I had to use closed captions to really get all of it. But I'm tracking with you today. I can totally hear, totally understand. So very nice job.
I have really appreciated this invitation because it's very really. I enjoyed a lot this podcast.
Me too. Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun to get to know you for sure. And you mentioned, I don't know if you want to say this, but what was the Joe Rogan experience? How was that experience for you?
It was very, very, very nice. Yes.
Yeah.
I also there I enjoyed a lot the conversation with Joe. Wow, I was very. How you say in English? Emozionato, very not stressed, but
Nervous?
A bit nervous, yes,
Okay.
but
Sure.
everything went okay.
Good.
He's a good guy.
He
and,
is. Yeah.
And he invited me again. Let's see when we
Oh,
go.
really? Okay. Okay. Nice. Excellent. And any other big podcasts or plans for you coming up?
Jesse Michaels called me twice, two times. Once he came in Corciano, where I live.
Uh-huh.
It was very kind. He came one day to my house, and we made a podcast from my house.
Very nice.
Yes.
Nice.
I appreciated a lot that conversation with him.
Yeah, for sure. Did you do something with Jeffrey?
But Jeffrey also.
Jeffrey Drum,
We made. He came here, Jeffrey. No, you invite also.
I did.
Jeff.
Yeah,
yes,
he did. We talked for a long time.
wonderful. Yes, long
Yeah,
time. Yes.
Jeffrey's great. Yeah,
Yes.
Yep, great guy.
We made with Jeffrey 4 hours of podcast with
That's nothing.
Jesse.
That's nothing. Yeah, we went 7 hours. I think,
my
or
God.
something. Yeah, yeah.
But all these podcasts, then this I say it by my heart, that I did, Matt. This one is number one.
Oh,
With
thank you.
I am really. It's wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, what is it about it, if you don't mind answering, that makes you feel that way?
I didn't got this question.
What is it about this experience that separates it or that makes you feel that this is number one?
Human relations.
Oh, good.
Yes, because I am. I feel like being in my house.
Oh, good. Even after all those tough questions.
Yes. So
Good.
I am used of all of these questions.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Well, awesome. No, it's great. I greatly appreciate it. It's been, we met at Cosmic Summit, of course, last year. And so.
And you showed me your collection of these nice vases here. And I remember everything about the speech that we had privately together. And
as do I. Yeah, for sure. No, it was great, and great to meet you there. Relatively briefly, but great to meet you there, and then really connect here. And I thought dinner last night was great, and it's been a really great conversation. And there's just a lot to take in, a lot to think about with this. I think that it's. Just absolutely fascinating, and assuming that that this is legitimate and it's real, then this is one of the biggest things in human history that we could be using this technology to really explore the entire Earth and to really understand a lot, everything about human history.
Another thing about human history, and I am convinced that everything that we can do, humans, has to be done with the purpose to help other humans. So that's important. We don't have to think to do things for money. No, because it is something that will never happen. So things has to be done to help other people. I think like that. I think that it's right to do like that. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing. Will be successful. And I don't know, I am thinking, okay, let's apply this technique to research water. I think that water can be one of the principal issues that humans that are staying on this earth here has to consider in the next future, because water is very important.
Yep, agreed. Yep, okay. Well said. Well, anything else that you want to close with? Or
hope the Egyptian authorities will give us the authorization. I don't know.
Yeah.
I am in connection with Ahmed Adili, and we are working together with the Egyptian authorities. We have drafted, but we have finished the project proposal, which is not very long. They are 3 pages in those 3 pages, there are written the partners, also the geologists that we are, and the Egyptologists that we are. Our intention is to invite and work with us. I can say Robert Schock, Armando May, and other people that can work with us. And so we have to be all together pursuing the same objective. Go to see what there is underneath there.
Love it. Love it. Well, good. Well, don't stop. We got to keep making progress and keep learning. And so thank you. And incredible job today. Really appreciate your work and appreciate your openness to come on and talk and kind of explain things for everybody I think in a deeper and more meaningful way than just kind of explaining the overview of the project. We really went deep today, and so I'm very appreciative of that. And the Sphinx, the second Sphinx. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing, and it really makes you think that there's got to be something there. That
mountain is why is there?
Right.
No.
Yeah. That's gonna bother me.
We will do something. I don't know. Something will happen. I don't know.
Yep. Love it. Well, very good. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for flying all the way over from Italy to come see me and do this. This has been amazing. So great job. Thank you.
All right. That was Filippo Biondi. On the Matt Bill podcast. I'll be posting a link. Give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first podcast. Whoa. Pretty crazy. Hope something comes of this. Hey folks, it is almost 4 p.m. here on the West Coast. That was an interesting podcast. Can't wait to hear more. We're gonna take a minute, because that was just 2 hours. And we'll be right back. Folks, still plenty more stream to go. Stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be coming back in just a moment.
I want to follow up on what you were just saying, that
Give me just a second. Almost have the next one up. And this is chopped up in bits, and I'm not trying to see bits. I'm just gonna play a different one. This one's from 2 months ago.
Bush told me that the essence is...
Alright, this next one. Eric Davis. New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove. Check it out.
As the liaison officer said, that the U.S. government had been in contact with aliens from another world. Their craft that they travel in are the UFO craft that we...
I thought I had the game still open. Why isn't the game still open? Oh, I had to restart it. I changed the setting. Alright, we're about to come back, folks. Look alive. In 5.
Bush told me that the essence is, the liaison officer said, that the U.S. government had been in contact with aliens from another world. Their craft that they travel in are the UFO craft that we've been seeing throughout all of human history. And Bush wanted to see the film. And he said, I'd like to see that film. Can you arrange for it? And the liaison officer said, I'm sorry, Mr. Director, you don't have the need to know to see that film.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
That is quite a
Thinking Aloud.
Hefty title.
Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Psychologist.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we will be providing an update on the science and art of UFO research, UAP research. My guest is Dr. Eric W. Davis, an astrophysicist who is a leading expert in advanced aerospace propulsion concepts and applications. He was the science advisor to the Department of Defense's classified OSAP, ATIP programs, as well as the UAP task force. He was actively involved with Bigelow Aerospace, as well as the National Institute for Discovery Science. He is a member of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers. He sits on the advisory board of the Disclosure Foundation and the Sol Foundation. I think it's fair to say that his name is familiar to everyone who follows the UFO UAP disclosure process closely for reasons, in case you don't follow it closely, that will become apparent during the course of this interview. Eric is based in Austin, Texas, where he has worked closely with Hal Puthoff for many years at Earth Tech International and the Institute for Advanced Studies. And now I'll switch over to the interview video. Welcome, Eric. It is a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate the invitation to be able to talk with you.
You have one of the most extensive backgrounds of anybody I know about in the field of ufology and related areas, more than ufology, many areas of exotic weapons and exotic propulsion systems. So I'm eager to have this conversation. I think we'll touch a lot of bases. I think it would be very useful for our viewers if you wouldn't mind just summarizing some of the highlights of your long career.
Well, my background is I have a PhD in astrophysics from the University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona. And that embraced multiple disciplines, but mostly astrophysics of gaseous nebula, cosmology, extragalactic astronomy, spectroscopy, but that also embraces expertise in general relativity theory, quantum field theory, atom-photon interactions, atomic physics, nuclear physics, fission, fusion, the whole 9 yards. But most of my expertise was focused on my PhD dissertation, working on the Voyager 1 and 2 space missions to the outer planets during the second half of the 1980s. During that period, I developed an interest in breakthrough propulsion physics because of my association with a number of NASA and industry physicists and engineers who worked on those topics in their jobs. And breakthrough propulsion physics embraced the concepts of advanced nuclear fusion. I actually went beyond, I should say, I got to be careful. So it's advanced propulsion physics involving nuclear fission rockets, nuclear fusion rockets, directed energy propulsion, otherwise known as beamed energy propulsion, where you might use lasers or microwave beams to deliver the energy remotely to a rocket vehicle. And laser sails, solar sails, and things like that, and some unusual electrodynamic type propulsion concepts. But I evolved beyond that. My focus in one project in graduate school for letter grade was matter-antimatter annihilation rockets, and that's people don't think of that as in the genre of nuclear propulsion, but it is. The aerospace industry lumps nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and matter-antimatter annihilation propulsion together under the genre of nuclear propulsion. And I really love matter-antimatter physics, and that comes out of elementary particle theory and quantum field theory. Beyond that, I evolved into warp drives and wormholes starting in 1988 when Kip Thorne and his students and collaborators at Caltech discovered the traversable wormhole solution to Einstein's general theory of relativity. Traversable wormholes and warp drives allow you to go faster than light without going faster than light, to use a John Wheelerism, as I call it. Basically, you don't violate special relativity because you're not breaking the light speed barrier. You're using an aspect of curved space-time in which space-time is allowing you to go faster than light within your reference frame, and while your reference frame is actually moving below light speed. And all observers on the outside of this curved space-time phenomenon see you move faster than light when you and your reference frame in your rocket ship are not moving faster than light. So that's what I meant by going faster than light without going faster than light. So that was a big thing of mine. And along the way, I ended up getting hired by Bob Bigelow at the National Institute for Discovery Science. And thus began a 6-year career working as probably among the first of 4 PhDs to work as professional UFO investigators, both doing research in the lab, theoretical studies in the offices, as well as doing forensic field investigations of UFO phenomenon and some of the peripheral phenomena that are often incorrectly tied to UFOs. I worked at Skinwalker Ranch, the so-called Skinwalker Ranch. It was originally known as the NIDS UFO Ranch back during that era after Bigelow bought it from the Sherman family in northeast Utah, at Fort Duchesne, Utah. And we worked there. I worked there 5 out of my 6 years at NIDS, and so we gained a great deal of knowledge on the phenomenon that was occurring on that ranch, which was described in a book by my former coworker, Dr. Colin Kelleher, and George Knapp, who is the investigative reporter at KLAS TV, the CBS television affiliate in Las Vegas, Nevada, and so Bigelow was building his Bigelow Aerospace company starting in '99, and I helped him build that company. I contributed a lot to standing it up and deciding what kind of business line it would go after, what kind of technology it should pursue to support its future mission goals. And then after that, Bigelow started furloughing, permanently terminating NIDS employees to cut the budget because he's building up his aerospace company. He's hiring expensive aerospace engineers. He's having to build acquire temporary aerospace facility, and later build his big facility, the permanent one that's in North Las Vegas. And so that became more expensive as time went on. And so NIDS got cut back quite a way, and so I lost my job at the end of April of 2002, and was already before then, since January 2002, I was working as a contract principal investigator to the Air Force Research Laboratory, working on advanced concepts, which includes teleportation, and included laser weapons, advanced nuclear propulsion, advanced MHD propulsion, quantum vacuum energy, et cetera, the whole bunch of stuff. I even did a big study on ball lightning for the Air Force. So before that wound down, Hal Puthoff came along and hired me to be a senior research physicist at the Earth Tech International Incorporated here in Austin, Texas, and its think tank, the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin. And I began working for Hal in late 2004, and I worked for him for 15 years. And so I got to do all the stuff that I did for AFRL, only on a broader, deeper basis working for Hal, because Hal was interested in me doing all the things that I did for AFRL, with the exception of nuclear propulsion. I was focusing on quantum vacuum energy, their applications, the study and understanding of the characteristics and properties of the multi-layered quantum vacuum structure as defined or predicted by quantum field theory. And then looking at faster than light propulsion engineering concepts that blend general relativity with quantum field theory to see what we can do, what we can't do with our modern technology. And so there's a lot of that. There's all kinds of other studies I did for Hal that were heavy-duty, theoretical, quantum gravity related and semi-classical quantum gravity related. 4 years later, along came the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, AAWSAP, AAWSAP, and its nickname ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, AATIP. So that was a DIA-funded classified program in UAP or UFO investigations. And we were hired by Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies to work as the scientific advisors for that whole project. And we were hired under some contract to BAASS. BAASS is a affiliate of Bigelow Aerospace itself. And it was a separate company, but it's an affiliate. And they both occupied the same corporate or the same facility in North Las Vegas that Bigelow Aerospace occupied. And so Hal and I were involved with that, which is extensive and long and to discuss. And then the program ended, and they tried to revive it over the course of a following year, and that was not successful. EarthTech and IASA came to an end at the end of 2018 due to major change in funding support to Hal Puthoff. After 27 years, it ended, so I had to move on. All of us had to move on and look for other jobs, and Hal moved on and started another business based on some patent inventions that he had. And so I went to work for the Aerospace Corporation starting in December 2019, and I was assigned to work in Huntsville, Alabama to support their space nuclear propulsion programs. Here now I'm the chief scientist as of last summer of a company called Cohere Technology Group in Herndon, Virginia. And I work remotely from home in Austin, and most of the employees work remote. We do software technology development support for defense and intelligence government customers, or I should say government defense and intelligence customers. So that's where I'm at now.
You're still based in Austin, and I presume you still maintain a close relationship with Hal Puthoff.
Yes, I do. I see Hal and his wife frequently throughout the year. They consider me to be like another son in the family. Hal Puthoff used to be a member of the NID Science Advisory Board, and then he became the last chairman of the board at the time when I lost my job, and a month later, Bob Bigelow held the last Science Advisory Board and then disbanded them because he wasn't going to keep going forward. NIDS went on for 2.5 more years after my job was eliminated, and then it closed down because the remaining 2 or 3 staff members decided to quit and go on to other things. And so I didn't stop doing UFO research and investigations. I stopped doing field investigations because I'd have to have financial support for that from a company or from philanthropists like Bigelow, and that was not available. So I could continue doing research on the side, and that would be working with Hal Puthoff. And so I went to work for Hal eventually. And as an employee, a lot of our work was dedicated to UFO/UAP research, and our interests were advanced or exotic propulsion and power physics that we could speculate on using extrapolated versions of our current best physics theories and attempt to try to understand how this form of technology works the way it does as observed by the U.S. military, foreign militaries, and civilian observers. and so that was a big part of our work at EarthTech. And then during my years at AFRL, what's really interesting is the program manager also was linked to Hal Puthoff and other folks in the UFO community who were all physicists, aerospace engineers. Many of them had been contractors to his office, like I was. And so he had an interest in it. And part of my work at AFRL included doing UFO investigations, not field investigations, but investigations into the classified aspect of the UFO field that's been going on for decades outside of the accountability of Congress and the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies, away from accountability, staying hidden very well, and so forth and so on. And so I did a lot of work on that regards in my AFRL job. And then I didn't do much of that during my recent years from 2024 to last year. As an independent consultant, I just did a lot of support work and advising to the Soul Foundation and to the UAP Disclosure Fund, which was recently renamed as the UAP Disclosure Foundation, I think it is. And so I've been providing a lot of support. I'm on the board of advisors for both organizations, so I'm staying actively engaged. I did brief Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna's subcommittee on UAP. So the Disclosure Foundation supported my travel on the last week of April to the beginning of May to testify on a classified setting to her subcommittee, where I had the opportunity to give a classified briefing at the Pentagon to the UAP task force director, a member of his staff, and the senior staff of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and at least one guest of theirs that they brought. And then 3 days later, I repeated that briefing to the Senate Select Intelligence Committee in their secured access room. I am a part of the disclosure effort. Within my first few months at the Aerospace Corporation, Jay Stratton, who then was the director of the UAP task force at the Office of Naval Intelligence, he met with two individuals at the Space Security Defense Program in Colorado Springs. This group operates skiffs, like a whole suite of different skiffs on an entire floor of the Aerospace Corporation building in Colorado Springs. So basically, Jay had one of these individuals at that organization as a liaison officer for the National Reconnaissance Office on the UAP task force, and that would be David Grush. So Dave Grush was his liaison officer for the NRO on the task force. And so he informed Grush and his civilian government boss, and I can't name him, at the SSDP, that I had relocated to Huntsville, Alabama to work for the Aerospace Corporation at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center. And so he told them, or he urged them, that in December of 2019 that they needed to meet with me and have me give them classified briefings. So that was arranged in the first week of March, just days before COVID struck. And I flew out to Colorado Springs and gave them about a day and a half I think it was roughly 2 days of briefings. And it's from there that Dave Grush went on the yellow brick road to find the Wizard of Oz, using my information. And they also benefited from some briefing information from Hal Puthoff, because Hal and I had been working together ever since our NIDS days, starting in '96. And Hal had been working on all of this even going back to the remote viewing days at Stanford in the early 70s. So it's a combination of information that Hal and I developed independently and jointly on the aspect of the legacy UFO crash retrieval programs that were conducted by a number of the legacy aerospace corporations in the United States, the aerospace defense companies, and in the recovery or captured of downed UFO craft, and in some cases recovered alien bodies, as I'll call them. Today, the big lingo is non-human intelligence, and NHIs. So I call them aliens still. The old-fashioned, being born in 1960, I use the old language of aliens. UFOnauts, Jacques Vallée's favorite term. So I met with Dave Gresh, like I said, for 2 to 2.5 days, gave him my classified information, and this was a combination of work I had, research and investigation data I had generated at NIDS during my days at AFRL and during my 15 years with Hal Puthoff. And Dave went with that, and he used his super user status as a security officer to be able to get in and meet with those crash retrieval programs, the peripheral support programs, and get read into those and find out what he reported in his whistleblower complaint to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. And per his later public testimony to the House Oversight Committee, I think that was in 2022, and then I think he had another one. He had a classified briefing either that year or the following year, and so forth. So I've been in the back room of all this.
I presume, and you've given all these classified briefings, it suggests that you know a lot of things that you won't be able to say publicly. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are things I can say without crossing the line into violating my government NDA. That's what we call Standard Form 312. So I can say things that won't violate this Standard Form 312. So yeah, you could go ahead and ask questions. If I can't answer them, then we'll have to go on to the next question.
Fair enough. The term psionic assets, are you familiar with that term?
Of course, I'm working with the world master on that, and that'd be Hal Puthoff, who brought psychic research into a modern laboratory science at the Stanford Research Institute starting in 1972. He went way beyond J.B. Rhine, way beyond those guys. Back in the 1930s and 40s and 50s. He did it with statisticians, physicists, engineers, and psychologists and medical doctors who practice psychiatry, for example. So he brought in a whole of science effort here to get a better grip on psychic phenomenon, to demonstrate, A, that it can be trainable in most people, and B, there's just like you have those 5-year-old classical pianist, 5-year-old classical violinist, 5-year-old rock geniuses, music writers, novel writers. I mean, you've got these little children, even up to age, preteen age, that are absolute savants. So you will have naturally born psychic savants. They don't need to be trained. They already have the skill. That's been demonstrated and proven for decades and decades and decades. It's been recorded and documented, but even by scientists and doctors, medical doctors and so forth. So you'll have the range of people who could be trained, and Hal Puthoff and his collaborators invented and developed and tested and proven their training protocol. And then you have those that are born savants. You don't need to train them. You just use them accordingly. And then not only that, he brought it into the modern science realm by involving statisticians to look at the data and do statistical analysis on how probabilistic or improbabilistic was the remote viewing results. In other words, could it be equivalent to a coin toss, or could it be so improbable that you cannot explain it away other than it was a legitimate psychic phenomenon that provided the remote viewer the information either in the past, present, or future that they had found through the remote viewing process and described in it during a session that's being monitored, and so forth. So I had the benefit of both worlds working with Hal. Since he was a member of the Science Advisory Board, I was on the NID staff. I was the director of aerospace physics and astrophysics on the NID staff. And Hal and I have such an overlap in our physics backgrounds and interests. That's why that was, I think, a big chunk of the reason why Bob Bigelow and John Alexander wanted to hire me. When I sent in my CV to answer the job ad that I read in Physics Today magazine, I think that was the May 1996 issue, when I saw the job ad for NIDS. And so Yeah, I had the benefit of a guy who published papers in the Physical Review on quantum vacuum energy, and he was nominated for the Nobel Prize, I think in 93 or 94, one of those two. And that was published in Science News. He didn't get it, but he was nominated. And I know a lot about the whole thing. I worked with remote viewers. Hal used them. I used them. So we used them for professional reasons.
Of course, Hal first got on the parapsychology radar, so to speak, for his work with Uri Geller, the Israeli psychic. And Uri Geller, if you read his biography, he claims, in effect, that his extraordinary gifts, which in many ways seem almost unrivaled, were bestowed on him through some sort of UFO or UAP contact. And the same is true for the case of Ted Owens, which was introduced to me by Hal Puthoff and his partner Russell Targ back in 1976. So are you familiar with cases of that sort?
I am. I used to know Uri Geller, and I know about Spectra and Huva, and I knew about the history of his work with Andrea Puharich. So Puharich worked for the U.S. Army, and he did extensive work on psychic and telekinesis and psychokinesis and clairvoyance and things like that. He was an expert in microelectronics, but what's really ironic is he's a medical doctor, and he's also a lawyer. So, he's working for top secret programs back in the 1940s, and that continued on until he retired. So he did study Uri. He believed that there was an electromagnetic basis for psychic potentials, human potentials, the ability to psychically get information outside of our 5 normal senses. And he believed that this transcended the entire cosmos or universe, and that somehow our brain had a way of connecting to it. So he worked a lot with Uri at the beginning, and I think you knew this, or you know of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know about the other gentleman you mentioned. That's a first. Hal has never told me about the other gentleman.
Ted Owens was a fellow who claimed he could control the weather. When I visited Hal and Russ at SRI in 1976, all they could talk about was this fellow Ted Owens, because he had just predicted that he was going to cause a snowstorm in Palo Alto, California, where it almost never snows. And 2 days later, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, my gosh.
They were so abuzz about all of this, and at the same time they were embarrassed by all of the publicity they had already achieved by Uri Geller, and they didn't want publicity. They were getting funding from the CIA, so they asked me to take over the Ted Owens case and gave me all of their files, and I studied the man for 10 years.
Do you consider Ted Owens to be of the same class as Uri?
Pretty much.
Okay, so that's how you got connected to Hal Puthoff then.
They invited me to come to visit their lab in 1976 to experience remote viewing, which I did. I had a successful remote viewing trial in February 1976 at SRI, and at the same time, they handed me all of their files on Ted Owens, and they were very happy to get it out of their office, because they didn't want another flamboyant psychic.
Yeah, that's just the thing. You don't do science by press conference. And I know about the issues with Uri publicly. And then, of course, SRI was actually a black programs laboratory for the most part. So their government customers are a variety of heavily classified intelligence agency program offices and military department program offices. So you just don't need that kind of publicity pointing fingers at SRI.
Let me jump over to the event that supposedly took place in, I believe, around in the 50s or 60s at Holloman Air Force Base. You were quoted in the Age of Disclosure documentary as having had a conversation with George Bush Sr. about that event.
Yes, that's right. George Bush Sr., George Herbert Walker Bush, retired president of the United States. He only served one term, whose term ended when Clinton won his election as president, and Bush did not win his re-election as president in the early 90s.
92.
George Herbert Walker Bush was a honorary co-chair of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers. Hal and I were members of that professional society, and one thing led to another through our contacts in the executive director's office of AFIO, Association of Former Intelligence Officers. And one thing led to another, and one of them put me in contact with President Bush's secretary, and I passed a message through to her, and so did they. They passed a message on my behalf, introducing me and saying I'm a member, and I'd like to talk to the president. So one thing led to another, and he and I got into private phone conversations. And so I introduced himself, told him about my professional background, and told him I'm not an investigative reporter, I'm not a magazine writer, I'm not writing a book, I don't have a political spiel. This is pure scientific research and investigation. And so he told me about the Holloman landing film when he was the incoming CIA director in the Ford administration. He's got a DOD liaison officer working for him. And he also has a reciprocal CIA liaison officer working at the DOD. And so his DOD liaison officer came to him to give him a briefing on everything that the CIA's got going on with the Department of Defense. And so he's getting up to speed. He had not been fully briefed by his own directorships. I don't want to say that. That's not the right word. They're the deputy directors. Okay, so the deputy directors of the CIA are the guys that run the directorates. So you have the deputy director of the CIA for scientific and technical intelligence, or no, it's science and technology. Sorry, it's the science and technology directorate. Then you've got the deputy director for intelligence, the deputy director for operations, and a deputy director for, I think it's logistics or something like that. And so he hasn't been fully read in by those deputy directors yet. He hasn't had time. He just got room on the schedule to accept the DOD liaison officer is going to come in and brief him on all the important topical things that he, as a director, is going to be taking over as the new director, and that he's got to have situational awareness about. Okay, so he's assumed that this officer from the Pentagon, he's a uniformed, high-ranking military officer, and I never did get his name or could not get anybody to reveal his name or rank, and he basically assumed that Director Bush had already been briefed by the Director of Intelligence. And he starts talking about topics that the Director of Intelligence is handling. And he then brings up the UFO subject. And the first thing he starts off with is, well, we're still wrangling with the aftermath of the logistics of what occurred in April 1964 of the landing of 1 out of 3 UFO craft that came to Holloman Air Force Base. 3 approached, 1 landed, the other 2 flew off. And it was all recorded by a Air Force helicopter crew who were actually on their way to Sandia, to the White Sands Missile Test Range in New Mexico. And their job was to film a new missile test. So it's a new type of missile that's been prototyped and tested now in the lab. Now they want to field test it at White Sands Missile Test Range and see how well it works, how well it blows up things and that kind of thing. So their job is to go film this missile for the program management office and the engineers that designed it and the company that built it. Their design engineers and their manufacturing plant group. And so on their way out, now Holloman is also in New Mexico. So on their way out, they get a call from the tower back at Holloman to turn right around immediately because that canceled because they have an urgent issue. They need to get back to the base, the air base, and film what they see in the way of 3 objects that are approaching the base, and they want it on film. and they're not told any other information. And this is what the liaison officer told Bush. And so the film crew arrives, they see the 3 craft, they film it, they notice that one is landing and the other 2 go off. So the one that lands on the tarmac near a high security hangar. And a gangplank came out. It wasn't a gangplank, it was some sort of an opening. I think it was just an opening close to the asphalt, above the asphalt. And out came what looked like a very tall Caucasian Homo sapiens type guy, big in stature somewhat, and he was wearing, it looked like he had a Homo sapiens face, like an Anglo face, somebody from Europe. People call them the Nordics, so he did look Nordic looking, Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian type, and he had a cover over his mouth and nose, and it was surmised that was a breathing apparatus. Perhaps he couldn't breathe, or air. And then he was holding a unusual staff in his hand that was yay long. You can't see it in the screen, but more than a foot long. And he's holding his hand, and it was surmised that was a translator, and a vocal language translator. But that's an assumption that he spoke vocally. Could have been he spoke telepathically, but Bush didn't have that information. He wasn't given it. And I couldn't find from any other sources what that staff was doing and why the alien was wearing a mask. So he goes to meet uniformed senior Air Force officers, and then standing among them, I think there's only 3 of them, and standing among them are like 2 civilian clothed or civilian dressed CIA representatives. So they all go off with the alien to the secured hangar, and the security is there out in the door, lets them in, shuts the door, they're standing guard. And that's all that I got out of Bush. What Bush said is, his first question is, you're telling me that 3 non-human ships, craft, were they aircraft? And he was told no, they weren't aircraft. They knew they were spacecraft of some kind. Because apparently there were other indications that these came down from space, from high Earth orbit, from Earth orbit on down until they got into the vicinity of the Air Force Base, and then made the land, and then that one made the landing, and the other 2 flew off. So he was told that what had happened was there was a contact with the group of civilian and uniformed Air Force and CIA guys. And then Bush was saying, so what are the records on that? What role do I play with that, or do I have a role with that? He was told about the filming. The helicopter crew filmed everything. They got it all. They got the alien coming out of the craft, walking up on 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, a torso, very humanoid looking, very much Homo sapiens looking. And so he's walking up to the uniformed and civilian clothed personnel, and they go off into that hangar, and Bush asked, well, what was discussed? What was the point of that meeting? This is spectacular. I've never heard of anything like this of a sort. And the liaison officer said, I thought you had already been briefed by your deputy director for intelligence on all that. I thought you knew about it. That's why I'm talking about this with you. And he said, no, I haven't had time to be briefed by all of my by my staff officers. And they're the staff officers. And he said, I haven't been briefed on the UFO subject by my deputy director for intelligence. And the liaison officer realized he made a boo-boo in that he told the then director Bush information that should have been briefed to him beforehand by his deputy director for intelligence. So it seems like the liaison officer felt like he had jumped the gun. This is what Bush told me. That's what came out of their conversation. Is his recollection is that the liaison officer felt that he jumped the gun, told Bush too much information before there was a context to present the Holloman landing film. So Bush told me that the essence is, the liaison officer said, that the U.S. government had been in contact with aliens from another world. Their craft that they travel in are the UFO craft that we've been seeing throughout all of human history. And Bush wanted to see the film. And he said, I'd like to see that film. Can you arrange for it? And the liaison officer said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Director, you don't have the need to know to see that film." And also Bush was pushing to get the records. He said, "Well, can I see an executive summary of that event and read it? And maybe some subsidiary files if I want to look at photos or videos." Or well, they didn't have videos; it would have been film. But he was told he couldn't see any film, but see any media associated with those reports. And he was told, "No, you don't have a need to know at this time." And he said, "Well, how do I do that? I'm the director of the CIA. Why wouldn't I have a need to know?" And he was told then by that liaison officer that the need to know access for the UFO related and UFO contact related programs goes through the National Security Advisor to the president. And so he's the coordinator, whoever that National Security Advisor is in office at the time, for any given president in office at the time. That individual is ordained as the coordinator for all things UFO in the United States at the classified level. Anything that rises to the level of calling the president's attention to it, to where the president either has to respond to a major UFO event by issuing an executive order or a presidential directive to give the government agencies that those executive orders and directives are aimed at his authority to act on his behalf using their cabinet agency or their intelligence agency's resources. And so the liaison officer told Bush that there wasn't anything that called for that at that time, so that's why he wouldn't have a need to know. But what would happen is, if you have an event going on that your CIA personnel come across overseas, and it's of such a nature that the President of the United States needs to respond somehow, the CIA would have to be the responding agency, and or the Air Force, and or the Navy, or something of that nature, and or the State Department. So they said when it gets to that point, that's when you will call the National Security, your staff will tell you to call the National Security Advisor, and then you'll give a briefing. You and your staff will give a briefing to the National Security Advisor on what the event is that requires the president's attention. Then the advisor will call the president, let them know they should set up a meeting with the president in a secure facility, and then give the president a briefing with the CIA director and a few of his staff, and the National Security Advisor and his staff, and then they would present the president with whatever the scenario is and say, "We need some sort of response from you to give us authorization to respond to the UFO incident that's occurring overseas." And that's when Bush was told, that's what Bush was told he would need to have happened for him to get read in on the entire thing. To get read into all that. So he was made aware that there was alien contact with elements of the United States government. And that those elements included the Air Force and the CIA at that level that Bush was told. And that's it. That's as much information as he got. He told me he was dumbstruck. He was terribly frustrated in that he couldn't get any more information. He thought, well, gee, I'm the president's director of CIA. Why can't I just go to President Ford and say, "Hey, look, give me some authority here to get into that. I don't want to be briefed on it." No, the fact is that there's aspects and components of the CIA that are involved in UFOs at a highly classified level that seem to be I know now they are involved directly on UFO contact or alien contact, as well as the recovery of landed or crashed craft. The CIA directors are political appointees. They are not read in on every single thing. They have to have plausible deniability to keep from getting in trouble from a foreign country who's complaining about an operation the CIA did in their territory. This could go to the United Nations as well as to the President of the United States, and this is one of those deniable operations, covert clandestine. So the idea is that the CIA director has to have a level of plausible deniability, and so for that reason, anything happening outside the United States in the way of recovering UFOs and alien bodies, if any, is going to go into the realm of the U.S. has military operations that trespassed on a foreign land without the foreign government's knowledge or consent to recover an alien craft with whether it had bodies on it or not, and recover that, bring it back to the United States. So those are political sensitivities, international foreign relations sensitivities. So they don't tell the director of the CIA all this stuff. So that's why Bush isn't, any CIA director is not automatically read in on every single project. They keep many degrees of separation by their security structure from the director down to the actual program office. And it's only if something bad happens, something really bad happens, where the director now needs to be involved because it's now going to become a political problem. That's when then a lower level program manager or group or division manager or director will bring it up, escalate it up to the level of the executive director of the CIA. And then the executive director, that's the guy that runs the CIA day to day. Then he has to decide if that needs to go to the director themselves. So that's why Bush wasn't read in on the UFO, classified UFO contact and crash retrieval programs, is because of that degree of separation between the guy at the top, the director, and everybody down at the program offices and divisions, because of the need to give the director plausible deniability if there's clandestine covert operations occurring in foreign lands without consent and approval, or coordination with the foreign country and the government and its government within which they're operating. And that includes ocean. And if you're out in the international waters, there's no issue about that. But when you're in territorial waters of a foreign nation, that's equivalent to being on their land. And then you're going to have political problems if you're tinkering around in subs and surface ships in their territorial waters. So that applies as well. So you only tell the director the most important things. And the director's given intelligence briefings on up from the bottom, and it's all reduced in scope to quick informational bullet points, and the CIA director acts on that, and or he takes it to the National Security Advisor, and or he takes it to the president. And that's how that works. And the UFO thing is such a heavily protected genre of operations. While elements of the government consider them to be a threat, and Lou Elizondo has explicated that, other political and technical and scientific experts in Age of Disclosure explicated that. Former defense people, government, high-level government folks in the Age of Disclosure outside of the political guys. We've all explicated that. But as a whole, they like to avoid bringing UFOs into anything that gets to the president at a deep level. I can tell you from knowing Jay Stratton and communicating with him that President Trump has been briefed on the UFO subject, but not to the deep level that he needed to be briefed. He did not receive the full Monty. He only got a superficial briefing, but he doesn't know about alien contact. He doesn't know about the recovery of craft that have either landed or crashed, etc., anywhere in the United States or around the world. So the White House is just not briefed at the deep level that they and breadth that they need to be briefed to be completely informed of what the phenomenon is doing here, and what should be done or can be done about it. And Jay Stratton has said that.
You're undoubtedly aware of Chaim Eshed, the former head of the Israeli space program, who has made a public statement, and I think a similar statement was made by the former defense minister of Canada, saying that the United States government has actually entered into treaties with alien organizations.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I know what you're talking about, Paul Hellyer and the Israeli guy, but I have not come across any information that discusses or implies or infers anything having to do with treaties with alien races. That's news to me. That's news to me as far as through the classified channel. And I was trying to go forward to get access to the recovered alien bodies that have been preserved, as well as find out about the contact aspect with the aliens that have been visiting the Earth, per the Holloman landing film as an example. There are other examples we don't have time to get into, but we have other examples where even a very well-known aerospace company with headquarters in Washington, D.C., were involved in the alien contact aspect, because it seemed that one particular remote viewer who was directly contacted by that company's one of the company's officers and security officers or security guards or bodyguards to participate in a trip to Alaska to witness the appearance of a UFO craft over a lake, and they get there well in advance. And everybody's told we got to find places to hide so we're not observed. So they find logs and trees to hide behind, and here comes the UFO. Once they get settled in, time goes by, and then the UFO appears, and it looks like it's sucking water up out of the lake. A big elk comes up to drink from the edge of the lake, and the UFO zaps it with the directed energy beam and kills it. They watch all that unfold. So there is an aerospace company that already knew in advance that a UFO would appear at a particular location at a particular time in Alaska, and they got there well ahead of time at that location to witness it all. So they know something. And then there's another incident involving that same remote viewer in LA where he encounters an alien in human disguise in a grocery store. And that was a pretty spectacular story, but I checked with the other remote viewers that who worked at the Army Intelligence Unit at Fort Meade. They were the military espionage unit, or I guess they were actually the Army's espionage unit, because all of those guys were Army warrant officers and O-rank officers, 01, 06, 02, so forth. So those guys and their NCO staff and so forth, they knew this remote viewer. That was Ingo Swann, who worked with Hal. He literally co-founded the remote viewing program at SRI with Hal. So they knew him. They interviewed him at length, including Hal, over different periods of time after Ingo released the story. And he had a 10-year embargo put on him about telling that story, or over. The embargo was over. Not telling that story is how I should say. It was embargo. I guess the word is against. So the program officer or corporate officer who was interacting with Ingo on a classified basis the whole time through classified channels gave Ingo permission to write about it, but he placed a 10-year embargo against Ingo writing it. So Ingo had to wait 10 years before he could write a book. And when that came out, he had conversations with Hal. Hal was there at the time that all this was transpiring, so Hal already knew what was going on in the background. But the Army remote viewers talked to him later on. And they all came independently, and I got information from all of them who talked to Ingo, and they all pretty much said the same thing. Ingo did not make any of this up. This was not bullshit. This wasn't flight of fancy. This really happened. The information was consistent. There was some parts of Ingo's book where he kind of embellished some things to give it some melodrama or, dramatic flair. That's the part where they pick him up in a limo, drive him around blindfolded, then they put him on a helicopter, fly him around, put him back in a limo, drive him around, then they appear in the underground basement floors of the building, and he didn't know where it was. But I think Ingo found out where it was, and the Army remote viewer said it was Washington, D.C. And they talked to Ingo, and they nailed down aspects of the aerospace company guy and his bodyguards or security officers. They were really security officers. And nailed down the details, and it was pretty confirmed. It was pretty much corroborated independently from different remote viewers and Hal put off. So it's a pretty spectacular story, but some of these stories, I think, as you know, Jeff, life is often stranger than fiction in many cases throughout human history, even in modern times especially. So that's an indication to me that there are elements of the government that have been in contact with UFOs, such that an aerospace company who most likely is a contractor to one or more of those elements is getting that information through the classified channel in the routine course of their contract work, and they know when these UFOs are going to appear in advance. Well, how the hell did Holloman Air Force Base know that there were going to be 3 UFOs coming toward them? I don't recall Bush giving me that level of detail. I don't know if they saw 3 bogeys on the radar and didn't know what they were. They weren't flying like jet aircraft, and they called the helicopter to turn around and come back. I No, that's not what happened. Now that I think about that, you know what happened? Remember, we have civilian CIA guys and 3 uniformed senior Air Force officers on the tarmac waiting for that one UFO to land. So I think that was an alien contact example where those guys on the tarmac knew in advance that the 3 UFOs were coming, and they just got lucky that a camera crew on a helicopter just took off a while ago to head to White Sands, and they were able to turn it around in time to film everything. So that's the next example. Holloman represents an example of both the CIA and the Air Force knowing in advance that you'd have 3 UFOs approach the runway, 2 fly off, 1 lands on the tarmac near the hangar. But that film was preserved, and it was put into storage at the Defense Audiovisual Agency, led by 2 retired brigadier generals. And there were 2 attempts to access that film. The first was by Jacques Vallée and Alan Hynek. They were given a bait and switch. They were told, we've got the film. I think they found out, we don't have to get into how they found out about that. That's another long story. So they found out the film existed. So they were told to go to the DAVA. And I think that was located in California and in the LA area somewhere. So they go to the DAVA, and they get there, and they're paperwork in hand. And when they get there, whoever greets them says, that film is no longer available. And then later, Linda Howe's interacting with the notorious Rick Doty. And Rick Doty coerced her. I think he manipulated her into going to the DAVA to get that film, saying she's going to do another HBO special. She did her first on cattle mutilation. Now she's going to do one on alien contact, and she's going to write a second volume, a book volume on UFOs based on that, which she did later in the 90s. So she goes to the DAVA with the instructions on how to get there, how to get through security gate, and which building she's going to, who she's going to talk to in that building, and she goes through the motions, gets there, and only to be told the same thing Hynek and Vallée were told. We don't have that film anymore. You can't get access to it.
Well, since you mentioned Linda Moulton Howe, she has gone on record publicly saying that the U.S. government actually has what you might call spacecraft, starships, not rockets, something much more advanced than rockets. She even named them. They've been named after former presidents or admirals or something of that sort. Do you have any knowledge of that claim that she made?
That's bunk. That's pure bunk. Absolutely. I don't know where she got that. She might have gotten that from an unvetted source or she vetted the source but was given a lot of lies. The information was false to that degree. But no, there's nothing of that sort. We recovered UAP craft. Okay, some of it's crashed. Not very many of them crashed. Most of them have been intact. I won't give the exact number is classified, but I won't give you the exact number. It's south of 40, and they all are in the United States. We have a few in the United States. We've got a few in foreign countries. I'm not at liberty to say which countries they are, but I can tell you that the majority, roughly 2/3 of them were recovered from the maritime environment, not on land. Okay, so no, Linda Howe's assertions don't have any basis of fact as I knew them, even as I know them now. My security clearances are reactivated again when I got my new job last summer working for CTG, and my boss works with me on this topic, and so we both have mutual connections in the defense intelligence networks, both among the contractors industry and the government agency personnel. And so none of this has come out in that information, even in the back channels. Even I haven't even heard it come out of Dave Grush's mouth when we have our private meetings after he before he filed his whistleblower complaint and after he filed the whistleblower complaint, when he gave me new information that I did not have in a classified setting, where he could be allowed to tell me some stuff. So none of that jibes. It makes no sense. There's no programmatics. There's no funding requirement for it. No, that's pretty spectacular, and believe me, something of the nature of a starship would be too hard to hide.
Well, there are also reports that there have been attempts by humans to pilot some of these, as you point out, intact vehicles, and that, for example, I have heard it validated by one source that they were able to enter one such vehicle and discovered that it was much larger on the inside than it could have possibly been from looking at it on the outside.
On the outside. Jacques Vallée talks about that in his book Dimensions. It's called topological inversion. And so what happens is there's some kind of space-time warping going on associated with that craft. And if it's not in a propulsion mode, that system could always be on the on state by necessity. Maybe you just can't turn it off. It's on an on state, but it's at an idle state, because obviously if it's not moving, it can go into it. It's idle. But the effect of doing so is that you're going into a space inside the vehicle that's bounded by maybe something that's 40 feet in diameter if it's circular, or maybe if it's boot heel shaped, it might be 40 feet in the long dimension and 30 feet in the short dimension. And if it's a Tic Tac, we've had two shapes of Tic Tacs. I think they were 42 by 20 feet, according to the Nimitz fighter pilots' estimates. And then we have one from a Russian crash retrieval event back in '89 that involved a Tic Tac. That was twice as big, 100 by roughly 50 feet, not meters, feet. And so when you go inside them, the space in the interior is dramatically bigger than what you would estimate based on the volume of from the physical dimensions you see on the outside. So that's called topological inversion. The space on the inside is going to be a lot larger than the space, not the space on the outside. It's the volume that you measure from the external dimensions of the craft. So there's a discontinuity there, and that's a topological inversion. And we've got physics for that. Even the warp drive, one warp drive, there's like 2 or 3 incarnations where you're going to have the warp ship embedded in an extra space dimension. And it's big enough to hold the warp ship, but the connection from the extra space dimension to the warp bubble on the outside is like this microscopic little atomic size throat or channel that you have to go through. And so that little bubble that holds the spaceship and protects it inside the larger warp bubble, that's a topological inversion, because it's just, it's within the larger 4-dimensional space-time, which is, for all practical purposes, the estimated size of the universe now is 150 billion light years. And so compared to that, and compared to what the size of the spaceship is, this is a pretty large size extra space dimension, but the portal to get to it from inside the warp bubble is like atom-sized. And it's like, how does that happen? So yeah, there's an example of that kind of thing in physics already.
There's also a discussion that humans have attempted to pilot some of these retrieved craft.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. I just know that one aerospace company that ran their program at Wright-Patterson circa the 1990s, from not long after the birth of this company to the end of the 80s. They had an intact craft. They didn't know how to activate it. They could get inside. They didn't know how to activate it. But one of their engineers or scientists working on it, so I think he was inside the craft. So it's not manual human-style control systems. It's a completely different type of control system. Definitely not anthropomorphic or anything. He was desperately touching things to try to get something to work, and he accidentally activated it and levitated. And he couldn't figure out how to turn it off. So my source at TRW for that said that craft was just left levitating in the hangar, in a secured classified hangar, and that's how they had to leave it, because nobody could figure out how to reverse the controls to shut it down. But as far as other pilots attempting to fly it, no, I'm not aware of that.
Well, the reports I have heard suggest that the pilots get very disoriented, maybe even physically nauseous or sick because of time dilation.
I've not heard of any of that. That's news to me.
Let me ask you about the report. I think it's been mentioned publicly that Bigelow Corporation attempted to have a crashed or a captured UFO that was in the possession of Lockheed Corporation, transferred to the Bigelow Corporation, that the deal almost went through until it was canceled by the Air Force. Are you familiar with that story?
Yeah, I do. I was in the middle of that. I have to be careful because that's still classified. So I'll say it was Bigelow Aerospace and it was Lockheed Martin, and I can't say which part of Lockheed Martin, but it was not an intact craft. It was wreckage of a craft that they had, and it was an attempt to transfer the material from the Lockheed unit to Bigelow Aerospace. And that fell through because it was somebody at the CIA that put a stop to it. And that's all I can give you about that.
I don't know how much further to go because some of these stories seem so preposterous that I can't expect you to be well informed about them. But there are reports that President Eisenhower met with an alien.
That report was proven false, and I went into that myself. Hal Puthoff did, his own investigators did, a lot of historians did too, who are really astute. They had no bias against UFOs, and they went in with an open mind.
The report I'm thinking of refers to a person, I think his name was Thor, and he was described as an alien who looked like a Homo sapien, who hung around Washington and had all sorts of interactions with people in Washington and was well known, and also supposedly met with Eisenhower.
I don't buy it. Nobody I know in that classified realm had anything to say about that. No documentation. It's not that they were hiding anything. It's just that our job was to uncover that at the OSAP, and we were uncovering everything, and that was not anything that came up. It did not surface, and it does sound too good to be true, actually. One of those various stories. I think the source of that should be questioned. His character and how he would know this, and what record of employment or career he had that would give him access to that type of information. That has to be looked at.
There are many reports, including my research with Ted Owens that I mentioned to you earlier, about individuals who claim that they could summon UFOs. And that is also discussed by Jake Barber in his reference to psionic assets used by the Legacy program. I am under the impression from an earlier conversation I had with Colin Kelleher that the OSAP program didn't look into that.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. I know that there have been claims of that. I don't dispute the ability of really good psychics to... I do know that at least one Army remote viewer did do a psychic contact with a UFO entity. A non-human intelligence, so to speak. So that's been done. But the effort to use psychics to bring UFOs, to contact them and have them make an appearance, that wasn't part of the OSAP at that time. But I know that there were other historical incidents where credible, and I mean this is a low number, probably you can count on the number of fingers on your hand, if not no more than two hands, of psychics who can contact UFOs, and they will make an appearance. So they'll come back, they'll come down and respond in response to the contact, I should say. But it's not widespread or widely known. I know a lot of people make a lot of claims to that effect, and I know that the type of psychics they use are questionable. They're not calibrated. They're probably amateurish. People, amateurs who learn secondhand. They don't They don't have the skill to do it via the legitimate protocols that Hal Puthoff and Ed May and Scott Hubbard and Ingo Swann and Hella Hammett and several others invented at SRI and practiced at the Army intelligence unit at Fort Meade that was doing psychic espionage using trained remote viewers, trained Army officers and warrant officers.
There was a fellow in Las Vegas who called himself the Prophet Yahweh, who claimed he could summon UFOs, and he got a local TV film crew to come out to a park with him, and he said, watch, I'm going to do it right now. And they had their cameras and saw a mysterious object appear in the sky that they were able to photograph.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not familiar with that.
To my knowledge, the television report from the news is still available on the internet today, although I believe the Prophet Yahweh is now deceased. When I worked with Ted Owens on one occasion, he told me he would produce 3 UFOs near the San Francisco area. On one occasion, he told me this is going to be big. He could feel it coming. He claimed he was going to produce them by virtue of a telepathic contact with alien beings.
Interesting.
He said, this UFO will be seen by hundreds of people. It will be photographed, and the photograph will be published on the front page of one of your local newspapers. That's exactly what happened 4 days later.
What was the location of it?
It was then called Sonoma State College. I think it's now called Sonoma State University.
Is that near Napa Valley?
Yeah, it's adjacent to Napa Valley. It's in Rohnert Park, California. The art department was sponsoring an artist who flew a little airplane with smoke trailing out the back. The artist's name was Stephen Pileski, and so they had 100 students from the art department out there with their cameras and video.
And everybody saw the UFO and recorded it.
That is correct, including the pilot who was in the air, who I interviewed. He said it was a lozenge-shaped object. It was about at 3,000 feet altitude above the campus. It was photographed. It was videotaped. The photograph was published on the front page of the Berkeley Gazette in December 1976, and the videotape was broadcast on the Channel 9 Evening News in San Francisco.
I'm not familiar with that, and I haven't seen anything that from Jacques Vallée that talks about that case. So you've given me information that I want to follow up on with those guys and find out what they have on it.
It was described in detail in my book about Ted Owens called The PK Man, published in 26 years ago, came out, as I recall, in 2000.
Okay, cool. Well, I will look into that because that's the kind of thing I'm interested in finding out about. That's good data. Thank you for telling me about that.
Well, I happen to have the video, and there are many details we can discuss. We've covered a lot of ground, Eric, and I'm very grateful for your time and your expertise. Thank you so much for sharing it with me and with the New Thinking Aloud audience.
You're welcome, Jeff, and I'm happy to participate, and I'm happy to come back another time if you want to.
I would be very grateful to be able to continue these conversations with you.
Okay, we'll do then. Take care.
You too. And for those of you watching or listening, thank you for being with us, because you are the reason that we are here. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at CIHS You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
Man, I'm glad I didn't pass that one. Yo, it looks sick down there. You can actually see. This is looking good. Real good. So I didn't know I could throw stuff on the side, dude. That changes everything. For some reason, this isn't working. Yeah, it's not working. I wonder why. It's probably because of the old world. The old world. This place is looking phenomenal. And yes, just in case anyone out there is wondering, this is a tribute to Tetris. One of the greatest games ever made. So yeah, you know we got that Tetris. These are the most iconic shapes in all of 8-bit. In all of pixel history, dude. Recognize the straight line. Recognize. Folks, we're going to take a quick little break. I need to move my legs, and if you're watching, so do you. Let's use this time to get a snack, grab a drink. Plenty of stream to go, folks. We'll be right back. Woo! Hey, before we go, that last podcast was really good. It's amazing how much they're letting us know. That's right, letting us know. So, I will be down to play some more good stuff when we return. Plenty more stream to go, folks. Stick around. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is HeadshotH4rry. It is 5:38 p.m. here on the West Coast. It's getting a little bit cooler. It's a warm one today. I'm glad you're all hydrated. Stay hydrated. Drink water. We're back into the beast. Minecraft. Live with HeadshotH4rry. Man, we have had the privilege of some great podcasts today. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming. We did accomplish some things. We brought back some underwater lightage, some much needed. I'm honestly willing to go back and get some more. Because I use a lot of water. There's a lot of pools of water that need light. And look, I just throw frickin'... I don't even know, man. I make do with what I have. But at least I had the sense to, like, cover these with, you know, whatever that material is. So, it's kind of cool, I suppose. You know, you got to give it to Minecraft for, like... making the blocks go together well. It's good. Good job. You guys know some stuff, at least. We only put foliage around launch and docking spots. Where people would actually be. I really love the Tetris pieces. That's pretty genius. This needs one of these. No, it does not. I hate this version of glowstone. It looks pretty bad. Oh my gosh. Notice how there's none over here? Because this isn't a destination. Does that make sense? Yes, you can dock here. Maybe someday I'll put something in this corner. Oh, I've never seen anything there for as long as I've had this map. And I'll go over and I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. I would play another podcast. I will play another podcast in a minute. But I need some time. I think we all need just a minute to just let that last one stew. He kind of expanded on some stuff that I haven't heard before. Well, coming from him. Alright, so this corner, it's kind of like dark. It's dark there. I need enemy to go somewhere. That's the way I look at it. So if I could concentrate them in a spot where there's no foot traffic, then I'm okay with it. The top of this mountain used to be dark, and they used to spawn up there, and I was cool with that. As long as it's not in the park, which does not happen. It doesn't happen. If you ever see something in the park, it's a fluke. It's a fluke. Like, take a screenshot, because it never happens. They'll wander in from outside, though. But this place is safe. For the most part. For the most part. I was trying to see something. I think I'm missing. Oh, no, I'm not. I wanted to see if I did make an Italy flag. I don't know why. I thought I missed it. This wall is supposed to be for, like, just unique flags. Just whatever. I thought I had one on me. Nope. So, I think this News Nation segment is 9 minutes, and it's from one day ago. I'm gonna play it, and hopefully, like, YouTube's cool with it. If not, then News Nation owns this video now. This is News Nation from a day ago.
Years ago, in a city in a mountainous region of Brazil, several residents say they saw a cigar-shaped object crash into a field. The story gets...
Pause. All right. Let's pause there. Varginha, Brazil, 1996. If you don't know about this case, this is a real case. This is something that really happened. Yeah, let's see what they have to say.
Stranger. 3 teenage girls reportedly encountered a non-human being, they say, with red eyes, covered with oil, with veins from its neck to its arms. Rumors swirled that Brazil's military captured 1 or 2 of the beings and handed them off to the CIA and the FBI. The claims have never been proven, but that hasn't stopped the decades of speculation that has helped turn this incident into Brazil's Roswell. Now, 30 years later, the mystery is once again drawing attention. Witnesses and experts recently gathered in Washington to share their accounts and call for greater transparency around it. The first witness to speak was a man named Carlos. He says he arrived at the crash site and something bizarre happened.
Nesse momento, estava...
At that point, I was in the middle of the wreckage, and I picked up a lightweight fragment resembling aluminum foil. I crumpled it in my hand, but when I let go, it instantly resumed its shape.
Another witness was a doctor who claims he treated one of these non-human beings, an apparent survivor of the crash. He said the moment he saw it, he knew it was not human.
Its serenity and powerful presence led me to believe it had a very high level of intelligence and perception, higher than human beings.
Missouri Republican Congressman Eric Burleson attended the event where Carlos and that doctor made those extraordinary claims. And then just last week, the congressman asked the FBI and the CIA to release any records they have related to the case. I had the chance to speak with Congressman Burleson about why he thinks more answers are needed. Congressman, this is arguably one of the most infamous and controversial UFO cases. It's known as Brazil's Roswell because of all the conspiracies and fascination around it. First of all, have you heard back anything from the CIA and the FBI after sending those letters last week?
I've not heard back directly. Whenever I first heard about this incident, James Fox came to the Capitol. He brought some individuals with him from Brazil. I got to meet the physicians that were at the hospital. I got to meet the gentleman that was there whenever the crash first happened. And so I got to meet people, and I couldn't speak their language, but we were able to hear through a translator their firsthand accounts, and it was very interesting and compelling, especially for some people that are risking their careers to come forward. And at that time, there was a press conference, and some agents from the FBI came up to me and said that they would be happy to investigate this event, and requested that I submit a letter. So we did that about a year ago. From that press conference, and then now we're following up with not only now that President Trump has issued his statement I think that there's a renewed energy on this topic. So we sent that letter to not only them, but the CIA.
Yeah, when you talk about meeting with the doctors, the Brazilian doctors in this case, one of these doctors says he treated some non-human life form that was injured in the crash. He said it sort of looked like a small child with a teardrop-shaped head, and that it seemed to be intelligent and grateful for the medical attention.
Yeah, it was, that was what his account was. What I found interesting is that he said that the way the alien didn't speak to him, obviously, but he could sense from the alien that it was grateful, but also that the alien was, in essence, placating us, that it thought it was almost cute that we were trying to provide health care for it. And so that was something that I took away from his testimony that I thought was interesting.
How believable did you find these witnesses?
You know, they've got a lot to risk. I mean, when you have someone who's a surgeon, who's a medical professional, who could lose his license, he could lose his ability to practice, he could be fired from the hospital that he's working at. That's really compelling. We also we heard from someone who was who does testing, who was testing the blood samples of one of the individuals, the military personnel, that they said that he expired because of a interaction with either the craft or the alien. And so that individual had tested and found that there was a type of bacteria or a type of microorganism that was unknown, that they could not identify, that was related to that individual's death.
This is one of the soldiers who arrived at the scene, a Brazilian soldier who arrived at the scene of the crash. There were several, but one of them who actually went up and touched the craft or touched these beings later died. We don't know, or did he tell you we just don't know what that bacteria is?
That's right. They couldn't identify the bacteria. So that's one of the things that we've requested, is that the FBI, request that they exhume the body if possible. We have contacts with the Brazilian authorities, and that's something that we're exploring. Also to see if that material that was tested, if that's been retained in any way.
You have described yourself as dubious when it comes to UFO conspiracy theories. You are not one of these people running around saying there are aliens here and we need to investigate more because I believe in it. I mean, you have been very, very careful about withholding any judgment. How believable, I mean, it sounds like you found these witnesses to be somewhat credible.
Yeah, and in general in this topic, I find that people believe what they experienced. I just am not someone that's going to believe it until I experience it myself. And so I don't think that people are purposefully trying to come forward and lie. I think that their motives are pretty honest. But at the end of the day, I'm in search of the truth, and I'm not going to stop until I get the cold, hard facts or the materials in my hands. And I think that that's what the American people want. Look, we've heard a lot of narratives and a lot of stories, and they make for great stories, but that's about where it ends. And I think that I think that the public wants and deserves someone that's going to pursue the real hard facts and the truth.
The witnesses that you spoke to have long alleged that the United States government arrived on the scene of this crash, of this non-human spacecraft, and took the remains, or this living being, with them. If that happened, the CIA would have to know about this, right?
One would think, and so that's one of the things that we're requesting, is the flight logs to identify any U.S. military or any government planes that might have flown into that region during that window of time. We're requesting any kind of any records whatsoever that might point to any validity or validating of this story.
Because so far you don't have anything to validate what these witnesses are telling you.
So far, we've not heard back from the FBI or the CIA, but I do think that I do know that they are looking into this, and they're doing their own investigations.
All right, Congressman Eric Burleson, I sure hope you hear back from the CIA or FBI soon. I know you sent those letters to the directors of each of those agencies on July 7th. It'll be nearly a week. Hopefully you'll get an answer soon. Appreciate it.
We'll let you know, Elizabeth. We'll let you know as soon as we can.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased.
All right, that was interesting. I would recommend going and watching James Fox movie on that case. It's called Moment of Contact, I believe. That looks less dumb, you know? It looked pretty dumb before. Man, we could make this whole... I've never been happy with this. I mean, it's okay. Could be better. There's things that upset me about it. Simple things. It's bad pixel art. That's the worst part. We can fix it. Like, even that's probably better. Just leave it like that. I wanted to put it underneath. I lost one, didn't I? I think I tried this. That looks better. Kinda. Yeah. Also the top. These clouds are embarrassing. I'll put some more blue there. Shoot. I made a mistake. Ooh. I think it's this blue. Yep. Gosh, it's deathly quiet without music or a podcast. I will turn something back on. Or I will put on a new one. Right after I don't die. What if I put green back there to signify mountains? We're gonna fix these clouds. They're kind of pathetic. See, I gotta work in a limited space here. I didn't give myself very much room, but that's kind of the point, right? I kind of wanted stained glass-esque, but it's Minecraft. You kind of get what you get. I could try to do panels. That would probably make it look interesting. It's a little bit better. Dude, people need to stop slamming doors. Yeah, dude, it looks better. Oh, what do we got down there? What up, dog? Give me your helmet. He moved! He was saved. Dude, this guy's strong. I'm gonna go. It's okay. Oh, look at this little... What's wrong? Ho-ho! Oh, this guy's pissed. Why is he going so fast? Why is he going so fast? What the hell is that? That's not cool. What the fuck? Oh my god. What is going on? Dude, what did they do to this game? They supercharged creepers? They're like, kids aren't having nightmares anymore. Release the super creeper. I hope that's an anomaly like zombie hordes. I logged in once to a zombie horde. I quit streaming right then and there. Flower fields. We need more. We need more diversity. Anyways, this guy's... I don't like when he's holding block because I know he got that from somewhere around here, and I don't like that. What the hell? The game knew I struck at him. Now they're just messing with me. Alright. I'm gonna see if we can find something. There he is. Oh, let's get him. Dude, this guy is acting up. Where'd you get this block, huh? Thank you. I need to start rallying up my gunpowder. See, I just fixed the lights up there, and they're already messed up. I think I'm going to go back to the old way that I did it. I kind of had an idea of how to keep it going infinitely. I would need to build a little something over here. Let's see if we have a door. We have a door? Let's see. Alright, before I do this, I'm going to put on something cool. Dude, even Dr. Phil's talking about this stuff. All right. This next one is from Richard Dolan, Intelligent Disclosure. Check him out at Richard M. Dolan on YouTube. This is from 5 days ago.
Greetings. Yesterday, the
Richard Dolan's the best. Go subscribe.
White House released its fourth tranche of UAP files. It's a little bit smaller than the previous ones. I think I counted 39 files in this one. Some of the others were much, much larger than that. But like the others, it's basically a mixture of videos and documents and some audio files as well. Now, I know that there are many people who love nothing more than to shake their fists at the sky and declare that these government releases are all worthless. Another nothing burger. Well, the good news for those folks is that this release does contain enough material to make them perfectly happy. There are some useless files there, in other words. I will get to them very briefly at the end. But the thing is, I do not judge these releases by quantity, and I do not judge them by their worst files. I judge them by whether I think they move the historical record forward. And I'm going to say this one actually does. There's a few videos in here that I found genuinely interesting. I will show all of those to you. There are also several historical documents that I was truly happy to see being released. Some of those are already known to the researchers in this community, but they're still important for the public to see. And some of them, at least to the best of my knowledge anyway, were not available, and I think they're truly interesting. So I would say this, that as a historian, some of those documents continue to make a powerful case for a UFO cover-up during all those years of the Cold War, and that is not trivial. This is the kind of thing I've said about the previous releases also, so maybe it really shouldn't be a surprise to some of you here. Having said all of that, this is not disclosure, not by any stretch. If the United States government really, truly wanted to do that, it could. You take a 4-star general out to a hangar or to some underground facility, have him record some good video with his iPhone, it's game over. Although even that would probably be disputed by people, so who knows. But still, I'd say that if the U.S. government really wanted to disclose, it could. This is not it. What's happening here, as I have argued previously, I would say looks like it's the result of an insider tug of war, so to speak. You've got the bureaucracy responding to a public demand, some of which is coming through Congress for UAP transparency. Well, this is what you're getting. You might like it, you might not. But in any case, I spent yesterday and this morning reviewing every single file that was released to tell you what is in them. So you can find that useful or not. It's all up to you. Now, I've divided this program into sections that I personally think are useful. I'm going to start with what I think are the real prizes, some critically important historical documents. I realize some people do not like to read through these things, so I'm going to discuss the highlights of those for you, and I'm going to tell you why I think they're important. And then from there, I will move on to other historically important Cold War era documents, not necessarily of the first tier of importance, but still things we want to know about. And then after that, I'll move on to modern cases, both via reports and video. Some of these, I think, are truly interesting and thought-provoking. As always, as with all the previous releases, all of the video lack any kind of metadata or any kind of technical information. So while you sometimes get something intriguing to look at, and quite a few of these are, you can't really do an analysis. So that is always frustrating. And also, although they will often tell you the year of the incident, none of them give any exact dates. None of them give exact locations other than generalities. So you can't do even that type of an analysis. And then there are some files in this release that I really had to wonder what they're doing here at all. A couple of those I'll mention those briefly at the end. So the first group, really, I want to go over, which is a handful of very historically significant documents, which at least you ought to know about. This one here. By the way, all of the subtitles that I have up there are the actual document numbers, so that when you go to the Department of War website, you can find them relatively easily. This one, I think, is very critically important. So in December of 1948, 1948, Air Force Intelligence completed something called Study Number 203. This was a top secret assessment of about 210 flying object incidents. Again, 1948, they've collected over 200 of these. And then actually 4 months later, all of this material appeared in a revised and somewhat more polished Air Intelligence report. And that was jointly associated with Air Force Intelligence and the Office of Naval Intelligence. Both of those full reports have been released. I've got the titles of them up there for you. This is very interesting, and this has been known to researchers for many years. It has been available, but I don't know how readily available it has been to most people. So first thing you got to say about this, the analysts in studying this phenomenon, over 200 reports, believed something real was being observed. And they base that judgment on the number of reports, the repeated characteristics that these objects showed, the quality of the witnesses, which included Air Force officers, commercial pilots, Weather Bureau personnel, engineers, technicians. These are high-level people. This is hardly a random collection of excitable people staring at Venus after an evening at the local bar. Not at all. A couple of cases received special attention. One was from April of 1947. So this is 2 full months before the Kenneth Arnold sighting in June of 1947 that kicked off the whole flying saucer mania. This is before all that, April 1947. 2 Weather Bureau employees in Richmond, Virginia, observed metallic discs, at least that's what they believe they saw, while tracking weather balloons through a theodolite. That's a very exotic piece of equipment for the day that could accurately track altitude and speed of airborne objects. Very important. So they're using this, they're looking at weather balloons, and they see 2 metallic discs. On one occasion there, a disc appeared below the balloon at about 15,000 feet. It was much larger than the balloon. It had a rounded top and a flat bottom. It moved rapidly across their field of view. There were similar observations occurring at 27,000 feet, much higher. Most important, these sightings, again, were months before the flying saucers became a national sensation. So, very, very interesting case. It was nice to see that included in there. The report also has a very famous incident from January of 1948. A National Guard pilot named Thomas Mantell died while pursuing an unidentified object. This is a well-known case at the time and also among many researchers to this day. Mantell's final description, which was recorded in this report, well, I'll just read it. He says, "It appears to be a metallic object of tremendous size, directly ahead and slightly above. I am trying to close for a better look." Those were his last words. He climbed to an altitude, it was above 30,000 feet. He did not have proper breathing apparatus to maintain his oxygen level, and he believed to have had what was called anoxia, lack of oxygen, and he passed out in his plane crash and he died. But it's that last statement. It appears to be a metallic object of tremendous size, directly ahead, slightly above. I'm trying to close for a better look. So that was in this report. They had another report in this from April of 1948. 3 trained balloon observers in New Mexico watching a high-speed object perform radical maneuvers, and then it just suddenly disappeared. And then in July of 1948, 12 oval objects, each one was estimated to be about 100 feet long, descended over Rapid City Air Base. They entered a climbing turn. They accelerated rapidly out of sight. Later that month, 7 objects near Kirtland Air Force Base changed formation from a J to an L and then into a circle. Their estimated speed, 1,500 miles per hour. All that is in this report. The analysts found the same kinds of characteristics that we know about today. Discs with rounded tops and flat bottoms, objects that are able to hover and climb very, very fast, speeds ranging from nearly motionless to supersonic, and no ordinary engine noise, no visible exhaust, and they're talking like this in 1948. So the analysts in this considered all kinds of possibilities: balloons, rockets, Venus, astronomical objects, experimental craft like flying wing designs, other kinds of domestic technologies. Some of the reports in here were resolved, many were not. And then what's interesting about this report, the analysts moved into genuinely extraordinary territory. So they're saying, if these objects are foreign, okay, then the only plausible source they thought would be the Soviet Union. They speculated about captured German flying wing designs, unusual propulsion, maybe even nuclear or, as they said, atomic-powered engines. They considered 4 possible missions. One was undermining American confidence in the atomic bomb, whatever that meant to them. Another was photographic reconnaissance. Another was to test U.S. air defenses. And another was just familiarizing themselves over American territory. What's down there? They noted sightings near Oak Ridge nuclear facility, Los Alamos, the Hanford nuclear complex. All of those were being observed by these objects. The analysts wondered whether unidentified aircraft were gathering intelligence around facilities that the Soviets could not otherwise access. In other words, is this the Russians? And all of this stuff. So now today, we are very confident in saying that the whole Soviet explanation was certainly wrong. It's been nearly 80 years. We still have no evidence that the Russians possessed any kind of aircraft remotely capable of this kind of performance in 1948. But that document's important for a lot of reasons. One is that the Air Force, you can see in this, did not dismiss the witnesses. It did not explain everything away through hysteria or rumor or incompetence. The conclusion, which I have highlighted here for you, it must be accepted that some type of flying objects have been observed. They even put the word "must" in all caps. And they then also said, if no domestic explanation could be found, then we have to consider the fact that these objects are a threat or a potential threat requiring more active identification and interception. And I'm just going to say the use of the word threat here is they're not trying to hype up and scare the public here. This is a classified report. And this report did not solve the mystery. It's really establishing from the very beginning that the Air Force regarded this phenomenon as a legitimate intelligence problem that is worth serious investigation. So that fact, I think, is beyond dispute. I'm going to jump. I had this slide out of place here, but I'm going to jump to it, and then I'll jump away from it. I want you to see this contrast. So their assessment in 1949, some type of flying objects have been observed. It is firmly indicated that there is no domestic explanation. The objects are a threat and warrant more active efforts of identification and interception. Publicly, same year, through what was called Project Grudge, they're telling the public something totally different. All evidence and analysis indicate that reports of unidentified flying objects are the result of 1, misinterpretation of various conventional objects, 2, a mild form of mass hysteria and war nerves, 3, individuals who fabricate such reports to perpetuate a hoax or to seek publicity, 4, psychopathological persons. You know, it was this type of discrepancy that basically prompted me to engage in a lifetime of research into the matter. Just there it is right in front of you. So let's go onward here. This is another very important document here I want to make sure we don't lose sight of. This is the first progress report from Project Sign. So that was the Air Force's first official UFO investigation. This is April 1948. So just a couple of months after the project started. It's fascinating because here you're watching Air Force intelligence trying to make sense of a phenomenon that they clearly took very seriously. This report is 45 pages, by the way. It's got photos, illustrations. It catalogs about 100 sightings from 1947 and early part of 1948. And what's striking is really not any one single case per se, but the patterns. So the analysts are really looking here, you can see, for recurring characteristics. So they're noting objects capable of extremely rapid climbs, prolonged hovering. All that's very difficult for them to understand, especially in 1948. Witnesses repeatedly describing oval or disc or saucer-shaped objects. All of that's noted in here. Speeds, again, ranging from hovering to supersonic. Some reports mentioned exhaust trails, many did not. So there was no single profile that fit any kind of conventional aircraft here. You read this and you're left wondering, what could these objects have been? And equally interesting in the Project Sign report here, again, just like with the previous report, is the quality of the witnesses. So you've got Air Force officers and airline captains and military pilots and all of people like this, police officers, astronomers, trained personnel. So in other words, these are exactly the kind of people skeptics usually tell us that we would need. They were already there. One thing I particularly enjoyed reading was the investigators' attitude. So they weren't credulous, but they were certainly not dismissive. They checked advertising blimps. They consulted a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, Irving Langmuir, at General Electric. They even explored whether advanced flying wing aircraft using what was called boundary layer control might explain some of the reports. In other words, they're doing exactly what good investigators should do. So this report didn't solve the mystery either. That is not its value. Its value is that it shows us that the Air Force, at the very beginning of the UFO era, is treating the subject as an entirely legitimate intelligence problem. And that by itself is historically important. I have a couple of quotes here for you to read out of the report. High rate of climb as well as the apparent ability to remain motionless or hover. The object was described as being oval, disc, or saucer-shaped. Speed has been estimated throughout the entire range from very slow to hovering to supersonic. So those are like, you read this from 1948, it almost seems surreal to see this in an official Air Force document from that time. That could have been written yesterday. Here's another of the early documents that I think are of very important historical value. This was actually the first document in this release. Very significant. So this is a long transcript of a classified conference that was held at Los Alamos in February of 1949. So Los Alamos, not a UFO convention here. So the people in the room included Edward Teller, Norris Bradbury, Lincoln La Paz. These are significant people, historically very important, along with representatives of the Atomic Energy Commission, which was the predecessor of the Department of Energy, the Air Force, the Army, the FBI, and an organization known as the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project. In other words, If the American national security state had an A-team in 1949, much of that A-team was sitting around this table discussing green fireballs. Now, for those of you who would like a quick refresher, the green fireballs were a very significant development in the American Southwest at this time, starting from late 1948 through 1949, going into 1950. These were low, horizontally mostly moving, sometimes apparently maneuvering objects that were seen in a very, very specific region of airspace that was of prime importance to the American scientific community. This is a lot of the nuclear, Los Alamos, this is where a lot of the nuclear research was taking place, and they were associated specifically with this region. So naturally, in the early eras of America's nuclear program, when the Soviets were still trying to get the atomic secret from the Americans, Americans wanted to know what is going on here. So Lincoln La Paz was America's foremost meteor expert, so he really had to be here. And he had already investigated about 10 excellent cases by this time. And he talked, about this. The objects had extraordinary brightness. They displayed an unusual yellowish green color. They traveled long distances on a nearly horizontal path. They made almost no sound. Little to no sound, he said. They left no persistent trails. And he said they behaved in ways that he insisted were not like any known meteorite falls that he had ever studied.
Oh my God, there's a creeper.
So this is one of the...
Oh my God, there's a creeper on the carousel. Dude, what did they do? What did they do? It's not that dark here. I'm telling you, they wander from the dark places. They wander in. It's crazy. This is crazy, bros. That's like, I don't know. I saw another creeper. I don't know if it was yesterday or maybe it was earlier. I don't remember. But it was on a place where, like, I've never seen any mob on it before, let alone a creeper. And there was just a creeper, and I was like, I hope it was on stream. I hope it was on stream. I think it was. But yeah, man. Crazy. They're ornery. That's all I can say. Right now I'm just wandering around because it's pretty magical to just wander around. I too am a park goer. I don't know about this piece that we did. I need something here. This seems to fit the size. It looks cool on the map. We could fix the inside. The colors are cool. And what's cool about this is that I made it so that on the map it's still black. Like it'll still look like an eye from the map. So that's a pretty cool, because it just shows the block below the hole. So that was pretty clever, I suppose. I don't know if I like this whole, like, just put pictures everywhere. It kind of looks bad. But, it's something for now. Is this perfectly lined up with that? Because that would be super sick. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm probably going to go through, like, so many iterations of what I could put here. it's cool because you can come up here, and this is the actual, like, you can see everything from up here. Yeah, dude. This place rocks. This place rocks, dude. Yeah, you're supposed to come up here. This isn't the attraction. This isn't the attraction. The attraction is upstairs. It's a nice 360 view, man. There's something in every direction. Pretty special. I'm gonna continue the podcast. I'm so sorry. I just had to say that. Seeing the creeper messed me up right now.
The world's top experts explaining really why the conventional explanation for this was failing. So Edward Teller, who invented the fuse for the hydrogen bomb. Edward Teller was highest level. In fact, I believe it was Teller who was the model for the character of Dr. Strangelove, if you ever saw that classic movie starring Peter Sellers. But anyway, Edward Teller began by trying to make the meteor hypothesis work. All of this is in the transcript. And by the end of the meeting, Teller had to admit that the evidence sounded, this is a quote, like everything else but meteors, which I highlighted in this transcript here. And then Teller spent another 20 minutes working through the physics on a blackboard, and his conclusions were really fascinating. He said, if these reports were accurate, then he said, the object seemed too bright to be as small as the absence of sound required. So because there was no sound, he said the object had to be small, but it was too bright for that. And it said it seemed too quiet to be as large as the brightness implied. So it's kind of a convoluted way to say this is a contradiction in his mind. So he even wondered whether some kind of, he used the phrase, electron phenomenon might be involved. I have no idea what that would even mean. La Paz just replied, look, this just does not behave like any meteorite. That's all I'm going to tell you. So very, very interesting. And, you know, it's interesting because when this was released by the Trump White House, the official White House summary is kind of accurate, but it really smooths over this interesting part. Yes, meteors were discussed. Okay. They were discussed because that's what scientists are supposed to do. They also failed to explain the best cases. And perhaps most revealing of all with this report, the Air Force had already folded these green fireballs into Project Grudge alongside the flying disc problem. So in other words, by early 1949, the government itself was already connecting those dots, right? The rest of us have just been catching up really ever since. So,
wait, what do we have?
All very, very interesting. I want to move on now to the next grouping of files. These are also interesting. Not top tier, but they definitely make the case that through the years of the 1950s and beyond, this phenomenon continued to defy conventional explanations. It continued to show intelligence and motive. It continued to exceed any capabilities that we were able to achieve ourselves at the time. This is the kind of stuff that I really tried to focus on in my very first book, which was Volume 1 of UFOs and the National Security State. What you see in these is all of these cases, in the minds of the intelligence professionals that analyzed them, justified the secrecy, as you will see. In their minds, these cases justified the secrecy. So this is actually a case that I covered in my very first book. The file itself actually covers quite a bit. It covers the Avro project known as Y2. That is the joint U.S. and Canadian attempt to build a circular vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, or VTOL. Air Force scientists were skeptical of its performance claims. They recommended only very limited support. They were not impressed. Intelligence officials were worried that the Soviets might develop something like this, like a flying disc, essentially. And they actually started re-examining UFO reports with that possibility in mind. So there's that. But the real prize, at least in my opinion, is a case, again, that I wrote about this in my very first book. It's one of the stronger military UFO cases from the 50s. So back in 1955, there was a KC-97 crew near Pepperell Air Force Base in Newfoundland, in Canada. And they tracked an unknown object, both visually and on radar. So you got that. The pilot reported that its changes in direction matched the radar returns exactly, and the object remained on radar for an extraordinary period of 49 minutes. So again, in my book, I noted that there was a CIA physicist named Tadeusz Odorenko. He considered the report important enough to forward to senior intelligence officials, expecting that more information would follow. This newly released document is essentially that missing follow-up. So after reviewing the testimony, the Air Force concluded the committee was unable to explain the simultaneous ground radar returns and air crew visual sightings. They couldn't explain it. So they classified this as a genuine UFO and even recommended immediate fighter interception if anything like this happened again. So go after it, try to take it down. So for me, this is exactly the kind of historical document that is worth releasing. This adds important detail to an already excellent case, rather than just simply repeating the public record. So I was very glad to see that one. Here's another one. We've actually seen this case before. This is the Senator Richard Russell's famous UFO sighting while he was traveling through the Soviet Union in 1955. I talked about this in the third White House release video that I made because that release contained another document pertaining to this incident. Russell and the other witnesses reported a luminous greenish yellow object rising rapidly into the sky. In fact, when they were on the train, the train attendant closed the blinds while they were looking out the blinds. It really makes you wonder, is this a Soviet craft? Like I've wondered ever since. The only problem with that explanation from my perspective is I've never seen any other evidence that the Russians had this much progress in advancing toward a flying disc of their own. And to this day, there's really nothing to go on. So don't really know what to say. But anyway, it's interesting. You just see the CIA's thoughts on this. Their conclusion, by the way, was what Russell and his aides saw was probably a steeply climbing aircraft or maybe even a missile, but they admitted that the evidence wasn't strong enough to say for certain. And also the CIA did not believe that the sighting indicated that the Soviets had developed some radically new technology. So, in fact, really to this day, we really don't know what Richard Russell and his aides saw. It's another nice historical document. Doesn't really change what we already knew about that case. Here's another one. This is a bit interesting. The CIA here talks a little bit about the Russell sighting, which I just mentioned. They're kind of downplaying it in this document here. They're repeating the Robertson panel's conclusions that UFOs pose no threat to U.S. security. The real surprise here is its discussion of Project Y, and that's the Avro flying saucer project. So the document just shows that, I found this interesting. The government's dismissing publicly everything about flying saucers, but it's also following an effort to build a flying saucer. So officially, the Avro car failed, and all we got out of it was the hover car. Whether every lesson learned from that disappeared into the filing cabinet, well, that's another question altogether. Maybe we'll cover that another time. Here's another document. This is not going to change anyone's understanding of Project Blue Book, but it adds a little bit of detail. In 1966, the Air Force had something called its Scientific Advisory Board. They reviewed Project Blue Book. They concluded that some of these UFO cases deserved a serious investigation by independent university-based scientists. Basically, out of this document and recommendation came what we now know of as the University of Colorado study of flying saucers, aka the Condon committee, which had its own history and so forth. This is just a document that's kind of a forerunner of that. This was a file, a very large collection of routine Project Blue Book correspondence with some of the members of Congress, private citizens, enthusiasts. I'll get into this letter here, which is kind of funny. One item worth noting, though, not this letter, the Office of Naval Research asked the Air Force to brief senior cleared scientists on UFO cases that Blue Book had classified as unknown. So they're thinking, some other important people need to know about these. Some other things in here that were interesting. This particular letter I just thought was kind of hilarious. You can do a screensaver or stop the video and try to read it. The guy was interested in George Adamski, the famous contactee, and enclosed, he scotch taped 30 cents, I assume a quarter and a nickel, saying, "So that you can reply to my request." It's really funny seeing some of the, by our standards today, the incredible naivete that citizens had. But this person just thought, well, I'm going to give them 30 cents, and I'm sure they will reply to me. I'm equally sure they did not reply, but who knows? This next file is kind of a thin FBI file, but it does have one name that was familiar to me, and I'm sure to many of you listening. That name is Larry Bryant. A man I knew for many years. Larry was one of the pioneers of UFO FOIA research, one of the genuinely good people in this field. I really like Larry. So back in 1974, Larry wrote to the FBI asking about an interesting Army report from 1954. This was a report that described a UFO that had beings in it that reportedly landed. One of the beings came out. It was supposedly witnessed by Coast Guard personnel and civilians. The Army's distribution list on that indicated that the FBI had gotten a copy, so Larry Bryant wanted to know what the FBI had done with this report. I tried to figure out which case he meant. I couldn't really be sure. One candidate, and I emphasize candidate, was an April 8th, 1954, near Chicago, Lake Michigan case. We have the name of a witness. Her name was Leela Stoker. She did see a disc descend over the water, some kind of alien humanoid figure beneath it, landing, being walking around before leaving. That's in the Blue Book files, although it does not exactly match Larry Bryant's description of Coast Guard witnesses. Or maybe he meant a different case, I don't know. Anyway, the FBI said, nope, we have no information on this. We don't investigate UFOs. So anyway, I just liked seeing Larry Bryant's name. That is Larry Bryant. Really great guy. Sadly passed away in 2020 at the age of 82. He was always a lot of fun to hang out and talk with. So now I want to come to more contemporary military cases that were released in this tranche, as they're calling it. Some of these, I would say, are interesting and worth knowing about. This one, for example, is a worthwhile release. In 2015, not that long ago, personnel at the Pantex nuclear weapons plant tracked an unidentified object, both on radar and visually. Now, if you've not heard of it, the Pantex plant is just north of Amarillo, Texas, on the Texas Panhandle there. It is one of the most sensitive military installations in the United States. This is where America's nuclear warheads are assembled and disassembled and maintained and modernized. So, when you have an unidentified object entering that airspace, that is going to attract attention. So anyway, the object moved slowly at first, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. It made no sound. It appeared to change speed and change direction as officers followed it. The report says that they could not identify any propulsion system. Witnesses described it as diamond-shaped, maybe 4 feet tall, flying about 100, maybe 200 feet above the ground. It was observed for several minutes. It was photographed. This is an enhanced image that you're seeing here that was in the file. And the evidence was forwarded to Sandia National Laboratories and to the FBI. Who knows what that was? Could this have been a drone? Maybe this could have been a drone. Sure, that might be the leading hypothesis. But if it was a drone, then it was a drone operating over America's primary nuclear weapons assembly and maintenance facility. So that's actually a story by itself. Whether or not it's a genuine UAP, it's kind of important. And the report never identifies the object. It just documents really what you can see as a professional response to an unknown intrusion over a sensitive site. So we'll leave it there. Now, there are 3 documents that are known as Navy Range Fowler Reports. These are standardized forms that are used whenever something unauthorized enters military training airspace. Each of these actually have a video accompanying with it. The way that this is organized in the document release, it's not necessarily easy for you to find the videos that they accompany, but I found them all, and I'm going to play these with you. So let me just click this and get that started. This is a video associated with the first of them from 2020, somewhere in the eastern U.S. That's it. It's done. Had a little bit of sound hiss in the background. The witness described a small metallic-looking object with a reflective underside. I'll click it again here. Whoops. Let me go back. There we go. You can see it bouncing around. It's not really... It just continued steadily in one direction. It's not a spectacular video, but it does show the military tracking a real target. Maybe that was a drone. Maybe that was a balloon. I wouldn't think likely from the written description that it was a balloon. They couldn't identify it, and they just documented it using the Navy's standardized system here. Here's another video from the Rangefinder Reports. This is from the eastern United States in 2019. You have 5 experienced military observers watching this. It's a small object, moving pretty fast. One of the witnesses said that this was unlike anything he had ever seen in 28 years of Air Force and Navy service. And seems like it could be interesting. Really hard to know exactly what that was. Brief video, but again, with the written report, it's a little more significant. Cannot say if this was extraordinary, but this is exactly the kind of case that does deserve, I would say, a serious investigation rather than just a casual dismissal. Again, none of these videos have any metadata, no technical information that would really help us analyze the object. That is a real, it's just very frustrating that we have that. This is the 3rd Range-Fowler report. This one, I think, is probably what the witness thought it was, which is a balloon. Let me just click it. Interesting to look at if you don't know if it's a balloon. The military operator said this was a dark maroonish color, 12 to 15 feet in height in his estimate. The report described this as traveling with the wind, said it did not maneuver or change direction, and he said it looked like a large kind of deformed balloon. Maybe that's what it was. I don't see any unusual maneuvers here as well. Just keep in mind, look at that though. It's kind of bizarre, right? Maybe a balloon. Not every UAP report turns out to be extraordinary. Some are balloons, some are drones, some are ordinary objects. You don't really know. Now, this next section is genuinely interesting to me. There are 6 video clips that I will want to share with you. Each one has certain aspects that are really puzzling. None have metadata, of course, which makes any kind of genuine analysis next to impossible. Still, let's take a quick look at them. A lot of these I have, a few of these, I think in this batch, I've taken the liberty of editing, cutting, and enlarging, and sometimes slowing them down. I don't think this is one. No, I think I didn't do that here. This is just 15 seconds or so. It's very interesting. Middle East 2023. I don't know where in the Middle East. First, the sensor focuses on a dark object, and then you see 2 bright objects streaking quickly across the image. I will show you that in slow-mo in a moment. The camera follows them briefly, then goes back to the original object, which is then, you see it inside the little tracking rectangle there. So really it looks like 3 separate objects, 2 fast-moving bright ones and a darker one being tracked. So let's, I've cropped it and slowed down the main sequence. So you can just watch this. Again, no data, but it's kind of interesting. I'm waiting for the white objects to go across. There they are. You can see that. clearly multiple objects present. The military sensor operator considered at least one of them worth tracking. Beyond that, we're left guessing. I don't really know what those were, but I do think those white objects moving across the screen are interesting. This is another intriguing clip, and I'll show you. This is I'll zoom in a moment, but let me just get this one started. This is the Middle East, somewhere in the Middle East in 2023. Two objects suddenly cross a sensor's view. There you go. In opposite directions. One is larger, one is smaller. They're very brief. They look unusual. Again, no metadata, no altitude, no range, no speed, no camera geometry, nothing like that. So how do you determine it? Let me just click this one, and you will see. That is bizarre looking. Anyone know what that is? Or that thing? That's at 1/10 the speed, so I really slowed it down as much as I could. I have no idea what that is. Someone watching this video must know what those things could be. Write it down below. I would like to read. Now here's one of the strangest clips in this release. This is from 2024, somewhere in the South China Sea. So here, I cropped this one from the original. I'm not showing the original. I cut off a few seconds before it appears. So you're going to see what looks like a line of several bright points moving together across the frame. Let me start this. And I really wonder, what is this? Like, could this be several aircraft, drones? I don't think it's birds in formation. I don't know. I don't really know. I wondered if the infrared system was creating some kind of artifact here. Just wondering. Or is this accurately being recorded and is some kind of bizarre flying chain? I cannot really think of any conventional object that would present this way. But once again, we're missing all the data, so you can't really have a genuine analysis of this. There's, again, no range, no speed, no altitude. It's definitely unusual, though. Again, anyone know what this thing is? Inquiring minds certainly want to know, and that's basically all that I've gotten here in this clip for you. This is another one that definitely caught my attention. So you're going to see a distinct dark object tracked somewhere over the Atlantic. They don't tell you where for a little more than 30 seconds. The sensor zooms in, locks onto it, then the tracking stops, and the object looks like it zips out of the frame before it briefly reappears. So you just watch this. And I wonder what this could be. I mean, it seems odd, but maybe a bird is possible, especially if it was closer to the camera than it appears. Remember, this is infrared. I wouldn't think bird, drone, aircraft might be possible. But again, in the video, you don't get any wings, no exhaust. There's no useful sense of scale or distance, though. So, and then, the apparent bursting out of the frame, could that have been caused by camera motion itself? Didn't look like it, but I can't tell. So there's clearly an object there, and it moves in a way that makes you want the missing data, which, of course, in fact, this is exactly the kind of clip that should come with range and altitude and speed and all of that information. Because without that, you're just asking the most basic questions, like what was flying over the Atlantic Ocean back in 2016 when that video was taken? No idea. Here's another interesting short clip in this release. This is from 2015. Somewhere in the eastern United States. We don't get any more information. Let me start this up. This is part of it, I think. I didn't include the whole. Watch this. You're going to see this thing zoom across the sky. Boom. There it goes. And then they're going to show it slow down. So, very interesting. You get the same problem. There's no sensor data, so you really can't do an analysis. Again, this is exactly the kind of clip you want to see accompanied by the full metadata. There's clearly something there. Here's another one. This is another, actually, the video itself is good, lacking all data. This is somewhere in the eastern U.S. in 2020. So let's, about 20 seconds worth here. The sensor acquires a very distinctive target, locks on, zooms in, following it until it leaves the frame. Again, interesting, no data. That was interesting, that whole departure. What the heck was that? Do not know. I'm going to try to go even a little faster if that's possible with these next few videos. They're interesting, but slightly less, but still not boring entirely. The first part of this video, this is a long one. You're not going to show the whole thing. It's actually interesting. This is a 5-minute clip. I'm not going to show you all of it. It's from the East China Sea, just in 2025. This is north of the much busier South China Sea. This is basically between Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and China. There's a real object there. It looks bright in infrared. At times, it almost looks like two objects close together. Beyond that, I don't really know what to say. It's only a couple of pixels across. This could be a drone for sure. Might be my first guess. But I can't really honestly identify this as any particular kind of drone. Does anyone know what this could be? No technical information, obviously, and the rest of the video really doesn't add much, so we're going to skip that. This one here is from the Yellow Sea. That's just north of the East China Sea. And this is 2023. This is another long video. I'm not going to show all of it, but we can look at a little bit of it here. We have a very small unresolved object being tracked for a few minutes. The sensor zooms in, then it loses it, then it reacquires it. And I think it switches between infrared and visible light modes. That's what it looks like. Despite all of that, this is not easy to figure out what you're looking at. There's something genuine there. No metadata. I didn't really see any genuinely extraordinary behavior, but the military said this is worth tracking. That's about all I can say here. You can check it some more. Here's another one from the East China Sea from 2024. Let me get this one started here. You have a small bright object near the center of the frame for about 20 seconds, and it drifts out of view. The sensor zooms in and out, trying to reacquire it. I don't see anything here that immediately suggests an extraordinary performance. But it does. I don't know what this is. I don't know what it looks like. And of course, there's no additional data. So that's all we can say here. Now, this one is from the East China Sea as well in 2024. Clearly, American surveillance has considered that region very important. We're checking up on everything that China is up to. Here, let me start this one up. The sensor very quickly locks onto the target, follows it for over a minute. And unlike some of the other clips, it never loses track of this. Beyond that, not much to say. The object, again, doesn't display anything that I thought was unusual in terms of behavior. And again, without any other data, I don't know how you can determine what this was. Just another example of the military tracking a genuine unknown. And we have little to no information to draw any firm conclusions here. Moving on. This is a clip from the eastern United States, somewhere in the eastern U.S. in 2020. Let me get this one started here. There's a little bit of sound. The camera moves a lot here. It's hard really to separate the motion of the camera sometimes from the object. And not a lot of information to judge what's going on here. Onward. This is another infrared tracking video. This one I think is quite short. Let me just get this one started. Oh no, this is a minute and a half. This one has poor resolution, so I don't know if we want to watch this whole thing. You have the sensor locking onto a very tiny target. It changes its zoom and contrast settings a little bit. I don't really know what to say about it. I don't think there's much to go on here. Although it does start looking interesting toward the end of the clip. Let me move ahead here toward the end. As I recall, I thought this... Yeah. There you go. Go check it out if you are interested in examining those. Now this one, I gotta say this one intrigues me. So somewhere in the eastern U.S. in 2020, you have two small infrared targets. This is not the full clip, and I've also cropped this, and I'm then going to slow it down. But just watch this here. So you see the target there, and you see something hovering around it or moving around it. Very easy to miss this.
Last station, calling street out there again.
A little bit of sound there. And that's basically it. I'm going to slow this down so you get a better look at what is actually happening here. And I mean, is this an artifact of the sensor system? I've wondered that. I don't really know enough about them to say what I think this could be, but that's very interesting, and it seems to somehow almost merge with the original object there, or the object it's circling around. But I really don't know if this is extraordinary or not. I would be interested in your informed opinions about that if you have one. So this is another clip that is kind of interesting. It's kind of an old clip. This is from 1996, 30 years ago, somewhere in the western United States. They don't tell us. Before I start, I just want to say I'm only showing you 5 seconds that I took from it. It's the interesting part, where you're going to see 2 objects zoom across the screen. Then I'm going to slow it down for you. So let's just watch this here. It's almost easy to miss it there, but let's go to, you get 2 roughly disc-shaped objects. Here we go. Watch. Slow down. Very radically slow down. So, you wonder, since this is infrared, could these be birds or some kind of debris or aircraft or an imaging effect? I wouldn't think so. You see them in a pair, they're disc-like. That is genuinely intriguing. So this is another of these cases where the video has something that's worth examining, but then all the loss of the original data makes it almost impossible. So really, the most important evidence is exactly what we don't have. This is another somewhat interesting but very short clip, so we'll just show it. We do see an infrared object. Let me just start this up here. It's only 8 seconds to go here. The camera is constantly panning and zooming. It makes it very difficult to judge the actual motion here. Target did look a little unusual, but not enough to make a conclusion. It also flickers, which Arrow pointed out can happen when an infrared target is close in temperature to its background. I did not know that. Apparently, that is a normal characteristic of the imaging system, not necessarily of the object. But there's something there. We have 8 seconds of infrared and no data. So again, you're wondering, like, what the heck are we looking at? So that's most of the interesting ones. A couple of releases that really don't belong here at all. I'm going to show you quickly just to get them over with. Frankly, this one's very disappointing. This one is bizarre because they market this one as a kind of star-like figure. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this clearly looks like this is an artifact of the infrared imaging system. It's not the physical shape of any object. I don't know what they're talking about here. Am I missing something? There's really nothing usable about this one. Then you got this one. I'll just be honest. There's 3 still images. I'm showing you one. Do not interest me at all. They show a small object in orbit that could very easily be ice or debris or something else. Who knows? There's no motion data. There's no real context. Now, what's odd is that STS-80 is actually famous among UFO researchers for some very intriguing video sequences that were taken during the mission. Whether those objects or ice particles or something more exotic, people still like to argue about that. They are interesting. But if NASA wanted to release material from STS-80, I really have to wonder, why do they choose these boring photographs? But, so NASA releases material from the right mission. It just chose the least interesting part. And then there were 4 files from NASA that were released. They're audio. If you're a NASA geek or historian, then great. I'm happy for you. They have nothing to do with UFOs. One is the Apollo 16 debrief, where someone jokingly remarks, could be an alien starbase. It's obviously a joke. Apollo 14 and Apollo 17 debriefs are in here. They all concern the famous light flash phenomenon. that was experienced by a lot of astronauts in space. At that time, it was kind of mysterious. Today, it is understood as the effect of cosmic rays that pass through the retina. It's basically interesting space medicine. I wouldn't say it's a UFO mystery. For me, the NASA material was easily the weakest part of this release. And NASA has produced far more interesting material over the years than what was included here. I have a suspicion they just added them because they had the words alien or unidentified. Because, oh, okay, fits the bill, let's throw it out there. I think that's really all they did. So, okay, what do I make of this fourth UAP release? So as I started with, it's not disclosure, does not tell us what UFOs or UAP actually are, but I don't think it was meaningless either. So as I have said before, I do not judge these releases by whether they have a photograph of an alien or some dramatic official admission. I judge them by whether they move the historical record forward, and in this case I think they do. We now have official releases of some genuinely important documents from the late 1940s. History is written one document at a time, and I think this release added a few worthwhile ones. They show how seriously Air Force intelligence initially approached the whole flying saucer problem. We have additional records relating to Cold War investigations. We have a report involving an intrusion over one of America's most sensitive nuclear weapons facilities from 2015. And another collection of modern military videos. Most of those videos are frustrating because they don't have any metadata to analyze them properly, but they are still part of the historical record. And one thing I've learned after more than 3 decades of researching this subject is that governments almost never tell their story all at once. They tell it in pieces and fragments. And sometimes those fragments contradict one another. Sometimes they raise more questions than they answer. And a lot of times their real significance is not immediately obvious. And I think that's why these releases actually are they are significant enough for us to note them. And not because everyone has a spectacular revelation or anything like that dramatic, but they do add another piece to a puzzle that historians have been, or at least some historians, have been trying to assemble for many years. There's still a lot we don't know here, an enormous amount. I have no doubt that important records remain classified. But if these releases continue, if they are allowed to proceed somewhat honestly, they will help and deepen our understanding, not necessarily of the phenomenon itself, but at least of how governments have perceived it, how governments have investigated it and responded to it, over time. So I think to the extent that the U.S. government is, let's say, comfortable in discussing this subject publicly, that's got to be thrown in there as well. That's an important caveat. So for me, anyway, all of this is reason enough to keep paying attention. A lot of people will dismiss these files because they're not disclosure. I understand that reaction. Sometimes I do feel it's a little more on emotion than on rational response, but whatever. We all are entitled to our responses here. But if you are interested in history, and if you are willing to spend a little time with the documents themselves, especially those PDF documents, I do think that you will find some of them are genuinely worthwhile. And some of these videos, too. Some of the reports definitely deserve to be read carefully. So, that's all for today. I hope you found this useful. If you did, please click the like button. Please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you would like to support my work and explore a great deal of more material, please visit my website, richarddolanmembers.com. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time, let's keep fighting the good fight. Later.
All right. Richard frickin' Dolan. Killing it. As per usual. That is Richard Dolan Intelligent Disclosure on YouTube. Dang it, I had a name and then I just forgot it right now. Let me think real quick. Oh yeah, he was gonna say Either that or... No way, dude. These guys are rambunctious. Alright. Yes, that was Richard Dolan. Intelligent Disclosure on YouTube. Please go subscribe. He is one of the greats. Today has been awesome. All of the podcasts have been incredible. I'll be posting a link in the comment section to each video. I'm probably gonna leave it at that, but I am gonna play a little bit more. It's fun being a guest in your own park and just seeing what needs to be worked on. Like, look how much brighter the underwater looks now. You could see it clear as day from here. Same thing with over there. I love the Tetris monuments. I may space them out a little bit. But actually I left a window. They're like this on this side for a reason. Like when you're going this way. They're not really blocking anything. But once you get to here, you want to see back over there. So I opened it. But then this side's perfect. Although I can't put any more light in here and it's making me sad. There's like a glitch or something where I can't put the light. I'll try right now. I'll try again. Oh, of course they don't have any. Where is the nearest ender chest? Ender chest. Ender chest. Dude, the lighting in this game is so sick now. It looks a million times better. It looks like real lighting. Anyways, let's see if we could do this. I was thinking about like reloading the game or something. Maybe it might flush out the glitch. Because there really needs to be light right here. See, it's a glitch, yo. I don't understand why it works every other place. Like, look at that. But on here it works. Maybe I just need to go like this. That's how we'll light it up. It's the only way. Maybe it's forcing me to stick them on there. It does look kind of cool. You know, we could put stuff on the glass. I never thought about that. I didn't want to obstruct the view. But being able to see, I could do it sparingly. Just put another one on this side to light up this side. That'd be cool. But yeah, it looks like you can actually see down there. Oh my god. This place is looking like a mint. I only did one of these. I kind of want to turn the star facing this way. It seems to make the most sense, honestly. But I don't know, man. 'Cause I don't know. We'll see. I may turn that star. It's her day, instant death. Damn, it's too bright. I can't tell. It's alright. Yeah, dude, this place looks so much better. The underground. Looks like a party. Looks like a party down there. But I mean, gosh damn, does it have like one of the best views around this side? The Ferris wheel, just, you see the park just alive. Alive. It's alive. It's alive. Folks, I'm out of here, man. Today was a good stream. I hope you learned something. I know I did. I think they've been testing the waters to see how we react to some of this stuff. And I think they need to stop treating us like babies. Alright, folks. You have an amazing time. Keep your brain inside your skull, where it belongs. Read books. And, yeah. Subscribe. Support these podcasts. I'll be posting them in the description box below. Oh, come on. I want to ride you. Here, this is our outro. Gotta play the music.
small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.